Alrighty, let's see here. No, we're not starting with your shit. Alrighty, let's get our video queued up here. Alright, so I'm gonna shrink my big old head. Alrighty. Let's give her a shot.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning, counsel.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Ms. Clancy. All right. Before we bring the jury in, could I talk to counsel over here just for a few minutes?
I guess there was like a bombshell revelation yesterday. And I definitely want to hear that. I'm getting my ChatGPT summary right now. Beautiful. I'll be dropping it in the Discord here in just a second. Hey, Mandy. I heard there was some bombshell shit. It's been hard to not chase the dopamine of the emotional roller coaster and casino of the Walmart Spark app. They did some major changes to the platform, and now there's a ton more fucking deliveries in our area. Every time, it's like $50 a trip. It's a little addictive. So I finished what I was listening to yesterday so I could get started on this while I was out driving today. Yeah, we just started. They're fumbling around in the beginning of the hearing. I'm getting the notes ready. If I could remember where I keep saving that shit, that would be great. And I have a Clancy trial folder. Guess not.
Court, all rise. Jurors in.
Kara's whoa, in the background here, all fucked up on catnip. You have to forgive my chortling cat.
Hey, all persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in Plymouth, within and for the Commonwealth. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, thank you, Madam Clerk. Well, good morning. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to ask you those questions, and then we'll talk about our schedule for today. But first off, good morning. Nice to see everyone. Thank you for your patience with us and all the work that you've done so far. So the first question, has any member of the jury read, seen, or heard or overheard anything from any source that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case? No. Last question, is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention at this time? No. Again, thank you for following those instructions. And in regards to our schedule today, it's going to be, I think it's a little bit different. All right, and a lot of it is because of the progress of the case and kind of where we're going. I anticipate we're going to hear a number of witnesses today, and we may break early. All right, and then because of some of these issues, we're not going to be sitting tomorrow. All right, so you don't have to come in. You can come in if you want, but we're not going to be sitting on this case. So my suggestion would be not to come in and to take that and kind of, and just relax.
Oh, we get a break today to catch
and then
up?
we'll come in on Monday
Sweet.
at 9 o'clock.
Sweet. Okay,
And
cool.
then
I can
expect
catch up on all the
kind of most of
testimony.
those days then going forward will be mostly kind of the schedule we had the last maybe 3 or 4 days. All right. So I just kind of wanted to give you that as information as early as I can so that we confirm that today. So probably an earlier date today, and we're not sitting tomorrow. Okay. And so with that, we're going to return to the Commonwealth's presentation of evidence. And Commonwealth, will you call your next witness, please?
Thank you. Commonwealth calls Kyle Pavao.
I definitely want to go back over Patrick's testimony after I recap the missing shit.
Your Honor, while we're waiting, I apologize. Can we just...
Sure, yeah.
Quick?
So they're not sitting on this case? Is he hearing other cases right now? I've had a lot of people reach out like, God, I'm really glad you started covering this case because as always, I'm late to the game, but everybody at work is talking about it. I figured it was going to be a big ordeal, healthcare-wise. Good morning, Christy. Welcome in. This is yesterday's testimony. I guess they're off today, so we have time to catch up all weekend. Great, because I'm going to work on downloading some of my lives over here.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Can you start right here? Raise your right hand for the clerk, please.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury will not harm between the Commonwealth and the defendant class truth and nothing but the truth so help you God? Thank you, sir. You may have a seat.
Just step, please.
All right, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right. That's great, please.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Kyle Pavao, K-Y-L-E, last name P-A-V-A-O.
And where do you work?
Massachusetts State Police.
How long have you worked there?
8 years with 18 total law enforcement experience.
So you worked in law enforcement prior to the state police?
Correct.
And what department?
Town of Mattapoisett.
And are you in a specific role or unit at this time?
I was.
What do you do now?
Now I'm a sergeant in field, assigned to the Bourne Barracks.
And previously, where were you assigned?
I was a trooper in the cybercrime unit.
How long were you in the cybercrime unit?
Roughly 3.5 years or so.
And what is the cybercrime unit?
It's the state's primary child exploitation unit. Assigned to that, or included in that, is also a forensic branch, which deals with multiple other crimes other than child exploitation.
Would it be accurate to state that you are able to examine digital forensics like computers and phones that are related to other cases?
Yes, correct.
Do you have to have specialized training to be in that unit?
Yes.
What type of
Well, one of the questions that keeps getting raised, Christy, is what fucking program is a year long? There is no goddamn way. There ain't no way. We all know this. I mean, if you were a true RN, I would understand the concern, right? But your program was a year. There ain't no fucking way.
specialized training did you have?
So I am a certified forensic computer examiner. I'm a certified forensic Mac examiner. I'm a Celebrate certified mobile examiner, and I'm a Magnet certified digital video examiner.
What is Celebrate?
Celebrate is it's a company that has proprietary software that parses through data. Most people know it for cell phones. There is a branch that does computers, but it's mostly known for cell phones, extracting data and also parsing that data out.
What about Magnet?
Magnet's the same thing. So Magnet is also another proprietary company. They have software, imaging software. They mainly focus on computers. They can do some cell phone stuff, but they primarily focus on computers.
To be certified in Celebrate and Magnet, did you have to take classes and pass exams?
Yeah, so my forensic computer classes certification is probably like a 6-month-long process. It's 2 weeks of schooling down in Florida. Is then a one-on-one peer review for 4 months, practicals of different file systems and computers. Once you get through that, it then is a practical exam. And then once you pass the practical, it turns into a written exam.
Did you have an opportunity to examine the extraction of a Surface Pro that was seized from 47 Summer Street in Duxbury on or about September 16th, 2025?
I did.
And to be clear, the Surface Pro was seized from 47 Duxbury Street in 2023. It was in 2025 that you examined the extraction, correct?
That is correct. I was provided those files.
And what is an extraction?
So these are actually, it's a computer image. Extractions usually typically referred to as cell phones. So this is a computer image. So this was an actually EO1 file, which is an in-case forensic file. So what it does is it copies out the bit-for-bit data on the particular drive that you targeted at. And then the in-case file sort of compresses the forensic image. It also adds some metadata to it. You can type in like case files. It keeps some integrity to it.
So is it basically you take a computer or a cell phone and you make an exact copy of the data that's on that cell phone or computer?
Yes. Computers, yes. Cell phones, no.
But you were working on a computer or Surface Pro?
Correct.
And so the extraction for the Surface Pro would be a copy of the data that was on the Surface Pro?
Yes, so the image in this case is a bit-for-bit copy of that drive.
And when you do the extraction or when you view the extraction, are you changing any of the data?
No, that's why we use these types of images so we don't touch the actual data on that computer.
Did your initial review of the extraction show a visit to a website entitled Suicide Methods on August 23rd, 2022?
It did.
Were you recently asked to look at that visit to that site to get a better understanding of how that website was accessed?
That is correct.
And how did you approach that?
I set a parameter. I went to that artifact that I had previously tagged when I did the initial analysis.
Let me just stop you there.
Sorry.
What's an artifact and what is a tagging?
So an artifact is every single piece of data on that computer is an artifact. So you could a computer could have 500,000 artifacts, let's say. That's a low end, but as an example. So tagging would be something you would flag that one particular evidence, that one particular artifact as evidence.
So in this case, the artifact was the visit to the website, is that correct?
Correct.
And then the tagging was just so that you could find it when you went back into the extraction looking for it?
Yes, correct.
And so if you could continue telling us about how you approach that.
So I set a parameter of 12 hours before the visit and then 12 hours after the visit, and looked at the correlating other digital artifacts related to that.
And can you tell us what's a Chrome history database?
So that's the, so a database essentially, this is a very slimmed down version of what this is. So if you think of an Excel sheet, and each Excel page is a section of the database, so the database would be the whole thing. And there's a scheme or like a roadmap, let's say, of how these pages interlink with each other. That would be an entire database. Everything pretty much has databases. It's just easy for file expansion and disk saving space and things of that nature.
And what about Chrome Web History Table?
So a table would essentially be the Excel sheet that I explained before. It's a portion of the entire database. That particular one captures, without being a database engineer for Google, who created it, but that table tracks URLs, web page titles, dates and times.
So is it basically a table that you get from the extraction that shows which websites that computer has visited?
Correct. Each table has its own functions on different data it tracks, and then eventually it puts it all together.
And what about a Chrome Web Visits table?
So the visits table tracks things of were the web pages synced to the device, were they local to the device, are they typed, was it generated, was it gone there through a hyperlink?
So basically, is it a table telling how each website was accessed, whether someone typed in a search for it or clicked a link?
Correct.
And you mentioned a couple different ways: typed, linked, generated. So typed would just be someone typing in the search bar something to search?
Yeah, so typed could be a few different things. So typed would be somebody typed in an exact phrase or word. It also could flag the typed version, a typed flag if you copied and pasted something into the URL address bar.
So if you're looking at a recipe for, say, cookies, and you copied cookies and pasted it into the search bar, would that be considered a typed event?
Yes, correct.
Or if you just typed cookies, that would be a typed event?
Or cookies, or if you typed in, say you put CO for cookies, and then Chrome tried to auto-populate what they think you want to type, that would also create a typed event as well.
And then you mentioned linked. What is a linked access?
Link would be that you clicked on a hyperlink, which brought you to a different page.
And what is a hyperlink?
That would be it's a word phrasing, and then behind the word phrasing, there is a website coded behind that.
Is that like when you go on a website and there are certain words that are underlined that you can click on and it will take you to another page?
Yes, correct.
Okay. What about generated?
Generated is something that Google would suggest, Chrome would suggest.
Now, what is the Wayback Machine?
The Wayback Machine is a website that is I don't say monitored.
It's one of RT's favorite websites to go back and find shit that you got banned off of Reddit. Yeah, it's the Internet Archives. Yeah, when websites are archived, they take all the shit that they had on there and they stash it in the storage facility in the sky.
created and maintained by the Internet Archive as a company. It's a 501(c) nonprofit. And what that does is it goes out on the internet, it takes snapshots of the internet, web pages, all over the entire internet, and then archives that. So you can go back in later. It started like in the mid-90s or so, but it
The internet is forever.
Pick a date, pick a year, and you
Started
can
in
see
the
what that
90s.
website looked like at that time, or approximately. It doesn't copy minute for minute, day for day, but you'll get something around the time that you were looking for of what a particular page looked like at that day and time you want to see.
So with regard to this case and looking into how that site, Suicide Methods, was accessed, what did you learn? Or what did you see?
When I went back,
Yeah, so go ahead.
so I saw, the first thing I saw was a Facebook visit at 9:40 that morning.
9:40 a.m. on August 23rd, 2022.
Correct.
And what was the Facebook?
The link was lynn.say. I believe it was 968.
So Lindsay with a dot in between the D and the S, 969.
969, correct.
And after the visit to the Lindsay.969 Facebook page, what happened next?
There was a search in Spotify music for the singer Tom Hall.
What time was that at?
It was shortly after.
Is your memory exhausted?
Yes.
Do you have your report with
I do.
you? With permission?
These timestamps are important.
That was at 9:42.
There's a note in Discord as to why.
Approximately 2 minutes after the Facebook account was accessed?
Correct.
And that website, was that a Wikipedia page?
No, that was Spotify.
Oh, I'm sorry,
music.
Spotify Music. And then what did you see next?
There was a song off of that search in Spotify.
Was that That's How I Got to Memphis song?
Yes.
And was that at 9:44 and 18 seconds a.m.?
Yes.
Then what happened next?
There was a Google search for Tom Hall.
And was that at 9:44 and 30 seconds a.m.?
Yes.
And what did you learn from that Google search?
Off of that Google search, there was the Wikipedia page for Tom Hall was visited.
And were you able to use the Wayback website to see what that Tom Hall page on Wikipedia looked like around the time of August 23rd, 2022?
I did.
Is this a copy of that Wikipedia page from the Wayback Machine?
Yes.
You can have this marked as the next exhibit.
No objection.
All right.
I have no objection to any of the documents.
This is Tom T. Hall.
Tom Hall, yes.
All right, that may be. Thank you.
Could you see what happened next once the Wikipedia page for Tom Hall was visited?
So I saw there was an anchor on the URL to the death section.
What's that mean, an anchor to the death section?
So an anchor would be put at the end of a URL, so a web address. So what an anchor does, it's a $ followed by a section of that page. So if you think of it as, say you go on your banking website and it lists like a table of contents and it has login, mortgages, rates. If you click on, let's say, rates, it's going to jump all the way down to that page, just to that section. So it's a table of contents that's going to direct you directly to a certain section of the web page.
And so on the Wikipedia, someone clicked on death and it brought them down to that portion?
Correct.
And in the death section, could you tell what happened once the person was in that area of the webpage?
Yes.
What happened there?
So in the description that described, the Wikipedia page described of Tom Hall's death, there was some wording regarding a shooting related to his ultimate suicide. Go ahead.
Showing you what's been marked as 232. This portion here under death where it's self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head is underlined. Is that the portion you're referring to?
Yes, correct.
And that portion there with the underlining, is that what you were describing earlier as a hyperlink that you can click and it takes you somewhere else?
Yeah, so inside that phrasing, there's actually a URL behind that with an anchor as well.
Now, something like that type of hyperlink, can you hover over that with the arrow that the mouse directs, hover over that and automatically be taken to that site? Or do you actually have to click on that link?
No, you would have to click on that phrase with the link behind it.
And so, based on your examination of the Surface Pro in that area, was the hyperlink clicked on?
Yes.
And where did the hyperlink bring the person?
We now got to the original artifact I had located, which was the Wikipedia suicide method, but it directed it directly to the shooting section of that page.
Could you tell how long the person spent on that page, the suicide methods page?
ChatGPT is doing a really good job breaking down the cross-examination and the little things that like the defense is nailing down. So I'm going to put that in the Discord as well for you guys to kind of take a read. For the too long didn't read version, this is pretty interesting. This is really good. Yeah, but what's going to come out, Christy, is that Patrick is the Tom Hall fan. And when we listen to the cross-examination here in a minute, those timestamps are important because the children had a doctor's appointment at that time that Lindsay was in attendance of.
Or how long it was accessed?
No.
Link in bio, honey,
Was,
in my profile.
Could you tell what time
If the
it
link
was
is
accessed?
broke, let me know.
Yes.
What time was that?
I don't recall the specific time.
Want to look at your report?
Very welcome.
At 9:45 a.m.
So 9:45 a.m. The suicide methods page was accessed. Is that
Correct.
correct? And did you use the Wayback Machine to see what it would look like on August 23rd, 2023?
I did.
Is this a copy of what you produced?
Yes.
You could have this marked as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted. Thank you.
And what could you see happening when from that page?
I observed after that another Wikipedia page that went to the Grafton Bridge.
And was that from a hyperlink within the suicide methods page?
Yes.
Showing you page 8 of exhibit 233. So within this jumping section is where there was the hyperlink to that bridge.
Correct.
Here,
Yes.
Grafton Bridge. So again, the person had to click on that hyperlink to access Grafton Bridge.
Yes, that would be correct.
Now, you said that the suicide methods page was accessed at 9:45 a.m. What time was the Grafton Bridge web page accessed?
I was sure.
Hey, Gump, this is the Lindsay Clancy trial. I was typically not invested in trials like this, like true crime, but from the healthcare failure angle of mental health, I am definitely invested. These psychiatrists are like, the one, Dr. Tufts, should have her license revoked. So I've been out here running my mouth about that and keeping up with it. Yeah, because definitely lines with all of my I don't like healthcare because of people like that reasons. How you been doing? Did you lose your internet connection or was it me? Because I see me glitching. Yeah, it's the Clancy trial. Yep. I'm staying in my lane, minding my business, running my mouth about the incompetent healthcare systems that we have in the country. And then in September, we'll be moving on to the Mangione trial. And then I've been writing about stuff in my Substack. I was writing about Perez and the shit on this app, but then this came about. So now I'm working on that too. Yeah, Tufts is terrible. Terrible. And honestly, the communication or lack thereof between all of these providers today, a lot of this could have been prevented with just a little bit of, hey, can we get, like, not even asking for records from previous providers is so incompetent. It's ridiculous. It's probably a good thing. It's a murder trial of children. But in my opinion, it looks like there was a really good theory somebody put out today, and it's the most plausible one yet. Because of him being the one that we know here just in a second, she was at a doctor's appointment when this search was going on, by the way, for all the suicide stuff. He also has, she was locked in that room. So the working theory that somebody has is that she was locked in that room and was drugged, heard what was going on with her children down in the basement. That's where Patrick did all of his work. And she launched herself out the window in an effort to save her children and doesn't remember because of the drugging. Fuck, who knows? He could have drugged her with GHB. Who knows? That shit won't show up. And nobody, that's another thing. Nobody did any lab work. If you have a patient and you're establishing a new patient in psych and they're not responding to all these drugs, and that's another thing. Like, she was on 13 different fucking meds, a very short period of time with these doctors, rapid cycling through meds, on and off, some within like a matter of days. Really incompetent, just complete incompetence of care. Yeah, I don't understand either. And it's multiple providers. It's not just one shitty provider. Like, they just wanted to keep drugging her instead of looking for the right answers. Good morning. Well, yeah, I heard that there was some bombshells, and that's what we're listening to right now is these timestamps, because she was at the kids' doctor's appointment during this time. Patrick is the Tom Hall fan. There's some new notes from ChatGPT. I don't think everything that she is talking about, the anhedonia, that's also a dopamine issue. There were other issues that should have been checked off when the list began to get worser. And the improvements weren't, we went running to bipolar. There's a whole nother list inside of what? Like, this is what school is teaching these docs. These are pretty young docs. It's insane.
Shortly after that.
Do you want to look at your report?
At 9:48.
9:48?
Correct.
And so approximately 3
Well,
minutes
this lady
after
was a
first
nurse, though?
accessing the suicide
But
methods
she only had a
page,
year.
the hyperlink for the Grafton Bridge is
How are you a labor and
clicked.
delivery
Correct.
nurse after a year?
Was there any other activity
I wanna know where you
besides
went to school
going
now.
to the suicide methods page
What's their
and then
program
the
like?
Grafton Bridge page? Any other activity that you saw within those 3 minutes?
Total failure.
I did not know.
And so, did you do
Oop.
the Wayback Machine again for the
Wrong
Grafton
mute button.
Bridge?
I did.
This is a fair and accurate copy of that page.
Yes.
We can have this marked as Exhibit 234, please.
That may be admitted.
But one of the questions like I have, Gump, is that did they misdiagnose her on purpose because postpartum depression's an acute condition, right? You're only going to bill for that for so long. But if you hook them into the system of pharmaceuticals and a chronic condition like bipolar, well, then you got a client for fucking long term, don't you? That's where I'm looking at it now. Like, this is totally incompetent. My big question throughout all of this is why. And then for Dr. Tufts, what's your why for going into healthcare? Because I don't see any concern or compassion for humans coming from that woman. Old by... Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Christy. M. Night Shyamalan? Is that who you're talking about? He's really awesome.
Exhibit 234.
You're not able to tell who's actually at the computer doing all of this, correct?
No.
You can only see what data there is and what's been accessed, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Reddington.
That's it? That's your testimony? That's why you're here today, to talk about a search that was involving Tim Hall?
Sustained, if you could...
So I apologize. Your testimony today is based on that search on August 23rd, right?
Correct.
Of 22, right?
Well, that's actually really interesting, Gump, because this case is in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and those states in the Commonwealth are all very much the same. Yes, she does have an amazing attorney. I would love to be his paralegal.
And you were working as a state police officer back then, right?
Yes, sir.
And were you attached to the Plymouth County DA's office, or were you working somewhere else?
I was assigned to the cybercrime unit.
And the cybercrime unit works with the DA's office in Plymouth?
The cybercrime unit's its own independent statewide unit.
So, in the sense that you're independent, it's still the district attorney and his assistant DAs that would reach out to the cybercrime unit and ask for help, right?
Or it could be the troopers assigned to the state police detective unit.
Joshua McKelligan. He was the lead investigator on this case, right?
I assume so.
Okay. So you were tasked to analyze the computer, the Surface Pro computer, right?
Yes, correct.
And by all accounts, that was owned by Pat Clancy. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And it was located in his office, right?
I don't know where it was located.
Okay. It's fair to say that when you analyzed the computer back in October of 2025, it was an investigatory role that you were using to locate potential evidence, right?
Correct.
And what is it you were looking for?
I was provided a search warrant with search terms, and that's as far as I knew of.
Why did it take till October of 25 when the crime was in January of 23? It took you 2.5 years to analyze that fucking computer?
Okay.
The case.
And what were the search terms?
I don't recall specifically, but they were spelled out in the search warrant.
So when you have search terms, you take a person's computer, and then what do? You access it through a device?
So I was provided the images. I never saw the physical computer.
So when you got the images, you were able to load them up onto your computer, I imagine?
Yes, we'll use a tool to help parse through that data. Correct.
And then as a result of that, you were able to plug in words that you could search for, right?
Yes.
For example, like suicide?
Suicide would be one.
Drugs?
I mean, I don't think that pertained in this case, but
Well,
that
yeah,
you could
believe me,
search.
it did.
That I don't recall the specific terms in the
Okay.
search warrant.
Okay. So after you did your search for whatever it is that you were looking for, suicide and other, you're unable to tell us what else you look for, but in any event, you came across this entry on August 23rd, and you indicated that the time frame that you're dealing with on that computer, the Surface Pro computer, was 9:40 in the morning. Is that right?
Can you rephrase that?
Yeah. You can look at your report too. I mean, if you have documents in front of you, do you have?
I do.
All right, so you can take a look at it. You have a document that's captioned matching results. Is that right?
I do not have that in front of me, but yes.
And would that be the search that you conducted?
Is that the magnet tool report?
I don't know what it is. And I got right surgery and I can hardly see, so it's just, what is that?
This is the main page of the forensic tool.
Okay. And looking at the main page of the forensic tool, does it indicate the date is August 23rd?
I love he's got his magnifying glass there with him. It's like my grandpa would.
This also doesn't. Which, are we talking about this highlight here?
Yeah, what does that indicate?
That's an inbox. That's not that.
All right, so what time?
Cooper, could you keep your voice up or
Sorry.
make sure you speak to that microphone?
So that highlight is a bail inbox.
Okay. And that would be the HTTPS. And then underneath that, it makes reference to at some point that you were able to see that Lindsay or Lynn's Facebook account was accessed. And it wasn't even the account, it was actually the homepage, right?
Correct. It navigated to the Facebook person's account.
Okay. So that would tell us that that particular Facebook account was accessed, and then that conducted the search you just testified to at the next thing.
This does not have.
What you're going to want to pay attention to is some other shit that was searched for that the prosecution did not bring up that he's going to get ready to. A nurse would know basic information like this. They absolutely would, no matter how much school you got, because we learn it when we do vitals, which is the first thing we learn. So pay attention to that. That's another red flag.
This here does not have Facebook, does it?
All right, if you want. How about this next one? Does that have the Facebook visit?
This one does, yes, correct.
If you want to take a look at that.
Both of us.
Yeah, both of us. Blind.
Yes, that'd be right.
All right. Thank you. Now, just before I leave, above that, does that also indicate like these two top lines?
That would be that was a CNBC web visit, which was typed in, and then there's access to a Google Gmail account.
And
Inbox.
whose Google Gmail account was that?
That I don't know.
Because those two lines and references to the Google account were not in your report, right?
Why would you cherry pick what you searched in that report? Why would you not want email when emails were sent from the basement?
You started off with the Facebook search, if you will.
Yes.
So you started off with Lindsay Facebook that was signed into the homepage on Patrick Clancy's Surface Pro computer, right?
So my tool report has all of the artifacts tagged as evidence.
Okay, so when you tag the actual data from the Surface Pro and the HP laptop as well, right?
Yes, correct.
And your October report back in was it 25 or was it 22?
25.
So, but nothing changes on the computers. I mean, whatever your searches are and your records don't change over the years, right?
No, as long as it's preserved in that state and the images of that computer will remain the same.
Okay, so, and it's fair to say that with this investigation, obviously, happening back in 2022, that the computers were hermetically sealed and stuck somewhere with an evidence locker to make sure that they're preserved, right?
Yes, that would be best practice.
Okay.
That would be correct.
So then in October of 25, the district attorney's office asked you to conduct a search of the computer, apparently. Is that right?
The trooper in the Plymouth State Police Detective Unit reached out.
And that would be McKelligan, right?
No, it was not.
Okay, do you know who it was?
Trooper Justin Paul.
Justin Paul.
Correct.
Okay. And as a result of that, you then prepared your report. And one of the things that you did is you noted that on August 23rd of 2022, at 9:40 and 08 seconds, that there was an access to the Lindsay Facebook account, right?
Oh, there was a visit to that page, correct.
Right. And then that page continued on to look for Tom Hall and Walking to Memphis or whatever and the songs, right?
Yes.
On Spotify?
Yeah, the song. Yes, after that was a Spotify.
And then the time frame of that would be that you went to a hyperlink that took them to methods of suicide. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, were there any searches on that computer for example, ways to kill?
No, there was not.
To your knowledge, and I understand that you might be stuck with what you investigated, but are you aware that there were any searches from Lindsay Clancy or Patrick Clancy on ways to kill? You ever heard that?
In my initial report back in October, that contains all of the evidence artifacts that I had tagged as evidence and provided, I did not come across that, no.
Right. So basically what you are leaving with the jury would be that on that date of August 23rd, at approximately 9:40 in the morning, and then carrying forward with jumping from Tom Hall to the Wikipedia account to the underlined name, suicide, jumping to that page, that all occurred between 9:40 and say 10 o'clock in the morning, right?
Correct.
Did you know, sir, that on August 23rd, prior to your report indicating the Facebook account, that Mr. Clancy signed in, and it was Mr. Clancy's email that accessed the Facebook account for Lindsay Clancy?
I did not.
And that was not included in your report, was it?
No, it was not.
And you know that the Clancys had 3 children, right?
Have a good morning, Christy.
I did not.
Well, you know that you were working on a case where Lindsay Clancy was the mother, and she was married to Patrick Clancy, right?
Correct.
And did you know, sir, that on August 23rd of 2022, that 2-year-old child was brought by Lindsay to South Shore Health for Dawson's ear recheck, that he had problems with congestion, but no complaints of ear pain, no fever. And that was on August 23rd, 2022, that he was examined at 10:15 in the morning.
I'm not privy to those facts.
So you don't know that Patrick Clancy's email signed into Lindsay Clancy's Facebook account. You're not aware of that, right?
It's whatever the default profile was signed into the Chrome browser.
And then that accessed the Facebook account, which looked up Tom Hall, the singer, right?
Yes, correct.
That then led to the Wikipedia talking about suicide.
That is
right?
correct.
Led to the Spotify talking about somewhere in Memphis, whatever the song was, right?
Yes.
And this was all occurring from 9:40 in the morning until, like I said, 10 o'clock thereabouts, right?
Correct.
You tagged actual data from the Surface Pro as well as the HP laptop, right?
I did.
And your October report contained searches from the Surface Pro, right?
Yes.
And you recall, for example, just a representative sample that, and this would be on the Surface Pro computer. Now we're jumping ahead to December 5, not August of 22, December of 22. One of the inquiries of the Google searches was what to do when a psychiatrist overprescribed, right?
Yes.
Searches for medications, right?
Yes.
Including Lamictal, right?
Correct.
Can bipolar disorder be temporary, right?
Yes.
Can benzos reveal bipolar disorder, right?
Yes.
How long are detox programs, right?
Yes.
What is DBT? I'm just saying that's a search. I don't know.
Oh, yeah. I had to look that one up too.
Okay. Lamictal versus it says Zolafy, but I would suggest it would be Zoloft. That was a search, right?
Yes, correct.
What is mania? Was a search, right?
Yes.
Ketamine for benzo withdrawal. January 18th of 2023 was a search, right?
Yes.
Ketamine therapy on January 18th of 2023, correct?
Yes.
I don't understand why this woman thinks that she was going through withdrawals after 2.5 weeks on Ativan. I just don't. That's not even rational.
Now, maybe not personally, but Steve Verino, who's also a gentleman who does what you do with computers and laptops and stuff, right?
Yes.
Now, you've worked on cases, and Steve, you recognize him right here, right?
Yes.
That Steve was working with me and Lindsay on accessing information from cell phones and computers, and he actually, through me, reached out about a month ago to the DA's office and raised some questions, correct?
I'm not privy to that.
Oh, well, the DA reached out to you about a month ago and asked you to revisit your investigation, and as a result of that, you created another report, didn't you?
I did.
And that would just be on July 26th of 26, right?
Yes.
And that was after the DA reached out to you, but didn't tell you it was because we had questions that Mr. Verino asked me to find out about, right?
Yes, I was not privy to that.
So as a result of dealing with the DA in July 26th of 26, you then prepared your report, and the purpose of that report was to find out more details, if you could, pertaining to the, quote, methods of suicide page, right?
Correct.
And in your July 26 report, you then went into detail about your findings, correct?
Yes.
And we would agree that that particular webpage was not a search for methods of suicide. It was actually the Tom Hall and the music, right?
That is correct.
And then the URL shows access to Lindsay's Facebook profile, correct? You accessed and found out that Lindsay's Facebook profile
was a web visit.
Right.
Yes, correct.
But you don't know that it was Lindsay that was actually using that computer to search for Tom Hall, right?
I don't know who was sitting behind that.
You don't know that Patrick Clancy plays the guitar, do you?
I do not.
You don't know that Patrick Clancy is a music aficionado, right?
I do not.
You don't know that Patrick Clancy enjoyed Tom Hall music, do you?
I do not know that.
And you certainly don't want to leave it with this jury that Lindsay was looking up ways to commit suicide in August of 22, do you?
All I'm presenting is the facts that were presented in front of me.
And a couple more questions, sir. When a user logs into their own Facebook account, it doesn't populate or bring you directly to the actual profile page. It brings you to the home page, right? That shows your followers and things like that?
I think so. I don't have Facebook or social media, so
right.
maybe, I don't know.
That's all I have for this gentleman, Your Honor.
All right. Commonwealth?
I would ask if I could, Judge, could I, the two documents that I was questioning him from, could I introduce those into evidence? I think he agreed that that was part of the search.
Can we just approach?
Sure, yeah.
Of course she's got a fucking problem. Her whole case is exploding in her face. Remember, reasonable doubt's all they need. And there's a lot of that at this point. There's a lot of holes in this. That is not a solid case. Me too, because I was listening to the day before in the truck, and he had asked a few times to admit things to evidence that weren't in there, and she's like, yeah, no problem. And this is a problem. She's bothered by this.
That may be admitted.
And, Your Honor, I would offer, if I could, the medical records from the pediatrics associates that,
They're already in evidence.
well, I'd like to have it focused on that. You don't mind if we put that.
Why don't we mark that for identification? We can address whether or not, I want to double check. I haven't gone through all the records either. Oh, I understand. We'll mark that for identification.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
This is 235 exhibit for identification.
Sir, just for clarification, before when I was doing direct, if at any point I said August 23rd, 2023, what you did when you did the Wayback Machine was searches for around the time period of August 22nd, 2022, correct?
Correct.
And anything that you looked at that day regarding the search for suicide methods or any of the other places that were visited were August 23rd, 2022, correct?
Correct, 2022.
And the visit to the Grafton Bridge Wikipedia page was at 9:48 a.m., correct? Not 10 a.m.?
That visit was at 9:48, correct.
Okay. And defense counsel asked you about the defendant being at the doctor's at 10:15 a.m. Are you aware that it only takes 4 minutes to drive from her home at 47 Duxbury's, 47 Summer?
Ma'am, you are acting like you don't have to get 3 children into a fucking car, get out the door, get a diaper bag, get your ass into the doctor, check in. Bitch, please, sit the fuck down.
Street in Duxbury to the Kingston location of the pediatrics.
I was not, and I also wasn't aware that they went to the doctors.
And you can't tell us who was behind the computer at different times, correct?
No.
You can't tell us whether people used the computer, then got up and let someone else use it, and then went back to using it, correct?
No, you cannot.
You can only show us the data that you observed that day, correct?
That is it, yes.
Okay, thank you.
So maybe you shouldn't have presented it as like a whammy and an accusation if there was reasonable suspicion of not knowing. But, ma'am, are you arguing the defense case for them? You are the worst DA I've ever seen.
What has been marked for P for identification, which would constitute the health information records from the South Shore Health pertinent to the child.
Everything there is timestamped too, DA lady.
You're aware, sir, that the records, or you're aware, sir, you're not aware that the child was brought to the doctors not at 10:15, but was brought to the doctors around 10 o'clock in the morning. You aware of
I'm
that?
not aware of any of that.
And did you know how old the child was?
Sir, my testimony is related to the...
So you don't? The answer is no?
I do not. No.
Okay. So is it fair to say, sir, that, I mean, from your life experience, that when someone has to bring a child, a young baby, to a doctor, you got to get him dressed, you got to feed him, you got to get in the car, you got to drive? And that's the 4-minute ride as well, right?
I'm not privy to any of that information.
Thank you.
All right. Anything further?
No.
All right, thank you, sir. You can sit down. Thank you.
She probably should have just not entered that argument onto the record. That was so weak. That was a really piss poor. You must not have children, you dumbass. Exactly, Southern Mama. You can have the best behaved kid and you can spend 4 minutes arguing with a fucking seatbelt on the car seat.
Commonwealth calls Timothy Chiappini.
Good morning, sir. Want to stop right there? Raise your right hand to the podium, please.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury will now come between the Commonwealth and the defendant? Thank you, sir. You may have a seat.
Want you step, please?
All right. Good morning, sir. Attorney Sprague, please.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Timothy Chiappini. Last name is spelled Chia, P as in Peter, P as in Peter, I-N-I.
Where do you work?
I work for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts for the Department of State Police.
How long have you worked for the state police?
I graduated the academy in March of 2012.
What is your current assignment?
I am currently the unit commander for the Critical Incident Technical Investigations Team
How long have you been doing that?
since approximately April of this year.
What was your assignment in January of 2023?
I was assigned to the State Police Detective Unit for the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office.
Do you have specialized training in cell phone forensics?
I do.
And could you describe that, please?
I was initially certified as a Celebrite physical operator and a Celebrite certified operator, Celebrite certified physical analyst in March of 2017.
And are you also trained in gray key and magnet?
I have been trained in gray key examination since August of 2021, and I've been familiar with the forensic program known as Axiom in that course, but I'm not certified in Axiom.
And regarding Celebrite, can you describe that software for us?
Celebrite is a forensic access and acquisition tool for cell phone or mobile device forensic extractions. It also has an analysis component as well.
And were you asked to do a forensic analysis on a cell phone belonging to Lindsay Clancy in 2023? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am. Celebrite is an access and acquisition tool for mobile device forensics and cell phone extractions. It also has an analysis component for extractions.
And were you asked to do a forensic analysis on a cell phone belonging to Lindsay Clancy in 2023?
I was.
Did you do that?
I did.
And how did you do that?
I performed an advanced logical extraction on the iPhone device belonging to Lindsay Clancy.
Can you tell us what that means in just lay terms that we could all understand?
An advanced logical extraction of an iPhone is essentially an iTunes backup. It is the information or data from the phone that you as a user can see, including images, calls, text messages, browser artifacts, basically everything that the person would see that uses an iPhone.
And is it just making a copy of everything that you could see on that phone?
That's correct.
And what is the analysis portion of, you mentioned you do Celebrate extraction and Celebrate analysis. What's the analysis portion?
In January of 2023, the analysis software would be Celebrate Physical Analyzer. And with that, you can also export a report to be utilized in Celebrate Reader.
So basically, are you just taking someone's phone, making a copy of the data that's on it, and then looking through the data?
That's correct.
Is it an exact copy?
Yes. When the phone is forensically extracted by the Celebrate software, a hash value is created. A hash value is a unique digital fingerprint of the extraction. It's an alphanumeric string of characters, and every time the extraction is opened in the Celebrate software, that hash value is verified. If the data in the extraction is changed by just 1 bit, the hash value would be changed, and the extraction will no longer be valid.
So basically, you look at those numbers, the number chain, to make sure they're the same, and then you know it's an exact copy?
That's correct.
And did you do that in this case?
I did.
And was it an exact copy?
It was.
And are you able on the extraction to change any of the data while you're analyzing it?
No. That would invalidate the hash. I can use filters in the analysis to look at particular data that I want, but I can never change the contents of the extraction.
And so when you say use different filters, can you put things in categories to organize it so that, for example, can you put all the photos together and all the text messages together?
The Celebrate Physical Analyzer tool automatically parses the data into various categories, and it processes media, various forms of media, images, videos. It processes different direct communication, whether it be through a web application such as Instagram or the native
I know
messaging
creators on this
application on
app
the device
that could probably
known as
speak better than some of
iMessage.
these
So it
fucking
parses the information automatically, and you're allowed to look at different categories.
So does
Take
it create
a drink,
a
bud.
report with all the data?
I can create a report from the extraction, and it has all the data contained in the report, and I can filter it based on the parameters that I'm allowed to look at legally.
And when you do that
I can't
extraction
deal with all
of a
the
phone,
microphone sounds.
do you get everything that's on the phone?
Depending on the type of extraction, I get all the data that's available
Just give
to me
him
by
a
the
fucking
forensic tool that
chip
I'm
bag
using
at
at the
this
time.
point. Why don't
So
you?
do forensic tools improve over time
senses
to allow
are being
examiners to get
overridden.
more and more data from phones?
Yes.
So basically, what you were able to get from Ms.
have to,
Clancy's
like,
phone
skip
was
this
what
witness.
the tool you were using at the time was capable of getting at that time.
I performed the most comprehensive extraction type that I was able to do at the time of the examination.
And then there were improvements to that system following what you did that may have allowed other examiners to get more information.
That's correct.
Were you asked to generate some reports about certain sections of the defendant's phone?
I was.
We could pull up the... Could look at the screen, please. Were you able to create a report regarding data on Ms. Clancy's phone from November of 2022 to December of 2022?
Yes.
Can we zoom in on that, please? And could you just explain for us the different columns we're seeing here?
The columns are automatically generated by the software when you create a supplemental report. This is a supplemental report created through the Celebrate Physical Analyzer software analysis tool. When you create the supplemental report, you can stipulate to certain parameters, certain content, certain timeframes based on your investigation. In this case, there are multiple columns at the top reflecting the different types of data, the timestamp for that data, a description in the source file for the data. This is a timeline report, and therefore it reflects those exact columns, and that is predetermined by the software.
So for example, where it says type, what is that telling us?
That's where Celebrate has parsed the data and categorized it based on the forensic extraction.
So there, number one, where it says activity census data, what is that?
That would be the data from the health database within the phone.
If there was something in the direction box, what is direction?
Direction could be related to a call incoming to the device or outgoing from the device.
So if one was a phone call, it would say to or from?
I believe the exact categorization would be incoming or outgoing.
Incoming or outgoing, okay. And then the attachment box?
Attachment box would be associated with a message, typically a MMS message or multimedia message. A text message that contains a photo would be listed as an attachment. It could also be associated with an email that has an attachment or some type of transaction on the phone that resulted in something being attributed as an attachment.
And then what about the location box?
If the data source has location information associated with it, then that box would have data filled out. This report is 768 pages, so there's a variety of sources of data within this report.
And what about timestamp? Where it says timestamp, the date and time, is that Eastern Standard Time?
It is. It's UTC -5 as the time of this search warrant, the time frame of this incident occurred in January of 2023. Therefore, the extraction reflects the exact time frame of the time zone of the device at the time of the extraction.
And where it says party, what would be in that column?
Again, this is a timeline report. Therefore, there's a variety of data sources contained within it. There is chats or messages that occur from the user of the device to other people, and those parties would be listed within the chat, otherwise known as a group message.
So if it was a text message, the direction would say incoming or outgoing, and the party would say who the text was to or from?
It would say who the participants are in the conversation.
So if it's one person you're texting, it would have that person's name, but if you're in a group text, it would have all of the names?
Correct.
And then what about the description box?
Description box is based on the database information. It has some information associated with the actual data that was parsed by Celebrite. It also provides the source file. The source file is the database that Celebrite parsed the data from. Everything that you see as far as activity sensor data or any other categorizations, that's done by the software. The software parses that data to make it more readable for the examiner, but everything is associated with an actual database within the device.
And so, for example, where it says source health, that's coming from the health section of the phone?
Specifically the health database, HealthDB.
And where it says source file, Lindsay's, how does that name populate there for source file?
Indicating that it comes from Lindsay's iPhone. That is the name that the software detects from the name of the device when it conducts the extraction.
Where the box for party, if it's a phone call or a text message and it has a person's name in there, say I text you and your name is there, how does that populate? How does your name get into that box? Is it something that the phone gets from incoming information, or is it something that's in my phone?
The tool is only able to take the information that is present on the device at the time. In order for contact to be in a phone, it would have to be entered by the user.
So would it be whatever I name your phone number is what will show up in the party?
Correct.
So if I have, say, my mother's phone number in there and I say mom, for her contact information, it will show up as mom?
The software will show up, will display the phone number and the contact name that was detected by the tool from the extraction.
So if I've put a contact in mom and the phone number will show up in mom?
Correct.
Can you search within this PDF?
Yes.
And do you do that by clicking on the search bar there at the top?
Yes, this is Microsoft Edge, and that is the proper method within this application.
And so if we were to search, for example, McLean,
I'm not sure of the spelling.
there we sometimes it takes a second to populate?
It does. It's a large document. As I said, it's 768 pages. So depending on the machine that you're using to conduct your analysis, it could take some time for the document to load.
Okay, and do you use these arrows here up and down to go to each spot that word is located?
Correct. The application Microsoft Edge has detected 4 entries for the spelling that is in the search box, and you can navigate to each of those 4 entries by using those arrows.
So for example, here at message 6951, it says it's an instant message. It's outgoing, meaning it's going out from Lindsay's phone.
That's correct.
It's on December 21st, 2022 at 2:57 p.m., correct?
Yes, Eastern Time.
And then it says from Lindsay owner to Allison, correct?
Yes.
So that indicates that it's a text message from Lindsay to someone named Allison, correct?
Yes, with the corresponding phone number.
And then here where it says more of a general depression mental health program like at McLean Hospital, is that the body of the text message that would have been sent from Lindsay's phone to Allison?
Correct.
And you can search through the PDF for whatever term you're looking for, whether it be Patrick or medications or anything that you're searching for. It will populate any text messages or searches about those keywords.
Yes.
If we could have the next one, please. Did you also do a report regarding things that were downloaded onto Ms. Clancy's phone?
Yes.
And, you can look here. Is this that report?
Yes. Again, this is a supplemental report created within the physical analyzer analysis tool from Celebrate.
And what is this report showing us?
A singular item from the documents section of the project tree, otherwise known as the analysis component of Celebrate Physical Analyzer, and it's one single document.
Because they were
Do you
all
just, this blue hyperlink here at the top, 2022, 10, 12, 15, 28, is that what you click on to access the document?
Yes, when you create a supplemental report within Physical Analyzer, when it creates the PDF, if it has an attachment associated with it, that attachment will be in a separate folder within the report. That way, when you click on the actual hyperlink, you're brought to the physical document itself.
And for example, in this report, there was a request for medical leave form that was downloaded to the defendant's phone.
Yes.
So now there's just a flood of fucking orders now all the time. So hey, I'll take it.
If we could go to the next one.
Winter's
Please.
coming. At least we'll have heat. Just gotta go work for a day to get 100 gallons. I can do $400 a day, no fucking problem. Cause that was nothing, John. It was 4
What are we
trips.
seeing here in this report from December 26, 2022?
Like seriously,
January
that
24,
wasn't shit.
2023.
I've been driving around
This
like
is
not
the same
stressed
type
at
of
all.
search for any information and data on the phone during that time period?
Again, a timeline report is a
Sorry, guys, didn't know
chronological
my mic
report
was
of a
on.
sequence of events
I've been
on the
excited.
device, and it has the same categories as the previous exhibit. And here, the first item within the date parameters happens to be a calendar entry.
That being said, if any of you folks need help with Christmas money, because that's coming, and your electric bills, go sign up for Spark. There has been a huge change to the platform. There's a ton more orders. Some areas are bitching that the pay isn't good, according to the Reddit. But it's definitely profitable for me. And my orders are like $50. I'm in and out the store in 30 minutes and then back. Diapers, wipes, Christmas, school clothes, dinner. If you're doing DoorDash, dump it and go to Spark. That's my best advice. Because it's definitely doing a lot better paying my fucking bills. And you get to write your mileage off.
And so if we go here to page 846 of the document, can you explain for us here, is this web history, website visits that are documented on the phone?
That's one of the categories listed as an artifact. The items shown here on the screen are all associated with web browsing.
And here where you see 10773 and 10774, and they both state, can you treat a sociopath? Those are two entries that have basically the same search term, correct?
Yes.
And that was on January 20th, 2023?
Yes.
And they both say 8:28:29 p.m. So is it possible to do two searches at the same time, like it is displayed there?
The Celebrate Physical Analyzer tool parses the information in ways that the information can be categorized in a multitude of ways. Simply because there is more than one entry does not mean that something was done more than once. It's simply just a category that Celebrate has identified. You could have an item that's in searched items because that's what the tool has identified as a searched item. Also within web history, as in the search item occurred within the web history. Does not necessarily mean that it was done more than once. It's the job of the examiner to be able to look at the timestamps and the associated databases to determine, is this more than one entry or the same action just categorized in multiple ways.
And when reviewing Ms. Clancy's phone, did you see numerous occasions where it looked like something was searched multiple times, but it all had the same exact timestamp?
That's correct.
And so what you just testified to make sure I'm understanding it, would it be accurate to state that one search could be documented and located in many different areas of the phone?
It could be parsed in multiple ways by the analysis tool.
So basically categorized?
Correct.
So it's one search that's categorized as multiple different things?
That's possible.
And so here, where we have the search at the same exact time down to the second, that appears to be one search for can you treat a sociopath, not two, correct?
Yes.
We can go to the next one, please. Now, this area here, this separate report, is this the notes that were found on Ms. Clancy's phone?
That's correct.
And if we could zoom in on that, please. And it's basically detailed in journal form, correct?
Yes.
Starting October 24th, 2022, and moving down, correct?
The summary portion that you just pointed to is automatically generated by the application when it reads the first few lines of text. The more relevant date is in the column to the left.
So over here, where it says created, October 25th, 2022, that's when the note is first created.
Listen, homeboy, I'm going to get you a fucking referral for a sleep study with the size of that neck and the way you're breathing into that fucking microphone.
Created?
That is the date that's detected by the analysis tool from the operating system of the device.
Listen, I can tell by the way he's talking that his tongue is wide in his fucking mouth because he can't form his words. And then that damn microphone is picking up every fucking audible. Ugh. I'm glad I don't have that model here.
What does modified mean?
That's the date that was detected by the forensic
Nope, and I wish they'd give him a bottle of
and the last
fucking
time
water.
that this
Why
note was
is there not
modified
water?
according to the operating system.
Modified mean it was changed in some way?
Yes.
And
That would
so
help.
If I start a note in my phone on October 25th, and I go in there every day and change it, and the last time I change it is November 3rd, Will it show every modification or just the last modification?
The only date timestamp that will show is the last modification, unless the forensic tool is able to categorize each time the note was changed. I'm only able to detect the modified timestamp or last modified timestamp and just the entirety of the note.
And, excuse me, you don't know how many times this note was modified, correct?
Based on this forensic tool and this artifact, no.
Can you tell what within the note was changed?
I cannot.
So everything could have been the same and maybe a date changed, or there could have just been a date and everything was changed on November 3rd. You just don't know.
There could just been one character change on the last modified date, but with this forensic tool and this artifact.
What's the date?
November 3rd.
Thank you.
And if we could just scroll down to the October 25th entry. And I would just like you to read this portion of the note. I would read it, I'm sorry, but I'm having some difficulty.
Okay. I'm sad and depressed because I am not able to parent my third child like my first. I want to treat any one of my babies like my first, but I know that's not a feasible possibility. I'm sad that I stopped breastfeeding. I feel not as connected with Cal now. I think I sort of resent my other children because they prevent me from treating Cal like my first baby. And I know that's not fair to them. I know that. I was feeling so depressed last evening when Cora and Dawson came home from school. I know it runs off on them, so we had a pretty rough evening. I want to feel love and connection with all my kids. I'm also probably having a bit of an internal conflict because my whole life I wanted to have a lot of kids. I still don't want Cal to be our last, but I have a lot of figuring out to do before I have another. I'm on the fence about starting a new medication for anxiety/depression. I just want to feel happy. I want to be able to relax and take care of my kids. And then when they go to bed at night, I want to deeply relax and hang out with Pat and then fall into a deep sleep for 8 hours, get up, and pour hard into myself for an hour and a half. Cal was so very planned and desired. I want to be able to give him all the love he deserves. I guess that's what it's like to be the third child, though. He's not the first third child to ever exist. I think I know he'll be okay, but it's really hard for me. I hate that he has to put himself to sleep. I'm sad I'm not breastfeeding anymore, but I think deep down these are the right choices.
If you could continue.
As for the sleep training, I needed a baby that slept through the night because I simply do not have the opportunity in my life to catch up on sleep. I just don't. If there was a time for me to nap every day, then that may not have been the case, but there really isn't. When Cal naps, I have to take care of Cora and Dawson. That's just how it is. It feels cruel to me that we did not do that to Cal, but the reality is we did what we had to do.
I haven't watched Patrick's testimony, but at any point in time, did getting his wife a nanny or some in-home help cross his fucking mind? You could sure farm her off on psych care and hospital visits, but you couldn't help. Did they have a nanny or was it her mom? Like, why was this woman so run down? Why was she so paranoid of being addicted to Ativan after 2.5 weeks? Everything points back to Patrick. There was a nanny. Then why is she... She wasn't there long. Okay. Because I'm going to say, like, if you had a, like, Hollywood seems to get by without raising their fucking kids and having a nanny. Everything goes back to Patrick is the one who was concerned about Ativan and addiction. Because every time the testimony is asked who had the concerns, it comes from Patrick. When she's questioned, it was Patrick. 2.5 weeks is not, no. And withdrawals? Yeah, the nanny thing I'm definitely interested about.
guess I also feel slightly traumatized by the sleep training, but that feeling was only really present when I was severely sleep deprived and paranoid. I know what we did was the right thing and okay. As for the breastfeeding, it kind of goes hand in hand with the sleep training. Once he started sleeping most of the night, it was then a daily struggle to keep up my milk supply. I was having to take a ton of supplements and constantly think about eating and drinking enough to keep the supply up, and then I was having to think about pumping extra to keep it up, and that was really hard to do with Cora and Dawson around. When I tried to leave Cal to go out with Cora and Dawson, I was stressed about the pumping, and not to mention the fact that Cal was at home and not taking a bottle, so it was a battle of if I should pump or not. I know I did the right thing because I need to be able to leave Cal with someone and get fed. As much as I don't want to leave him, I need to be able to. I need to be able to be present with my other kids. I still really, really want a fourth child, but I need a really good therapist before then. I'm on the fence about starting a new med or not. I want to feel happy, but it would be nice to feel authentically happy and not fake. But I need to feel happier than I did last evening because then I was pretty depressed and not enjoying any of my children. It was really sad. I needed the breastfeeding off of my plate. I'm struggling so hard because I wanted to parent each of my kids like my first, and since I can't, that's depressing to me. This is definitely the root cause of all our problems. Now I feel like I'm...
And not one of these providers, not even the postpartum depression one, oh, we've offered resources, we've offered this. Nobody bothered to sit this woman down and tell her, sweetheart, every child is different. You will never have the same experience with each child, no matter how hard you try. Nothing is like the first time. It is okay. You will have your own bond with each child. What did you tell this woman? Because I don't hear any form of reassurance, right? I've heard resources, things that other creators on this app could hand out for fucking, reference. Medication, which other creators could probably still be handing out, I haven't really found anything that TikTok couldn't offer this woman. But professional reassurance that these are normal, like you're too clinical. These are humans that you're dealing with feelings and emotions, and you are treating them like a number on a med-rec chart. Could you put some human, effort, some humanitarian feel into healthcare again while you're on this stand? Because you seem very cold and very clinical. You can still be professional and still be compassionate. All of those things can exist at the same time. You can appear to fucking care. You have lost the ability to do that because you're trying to put people into a fucking column to label them instead of just listening. Do you know what I mean? This is so laboratory feel. This woman was a lab rat. She was one of Lando's monkeys. Just look at her while I'm speaking about it. Lindsay was going to be home more, so they felt like they didn't need her. I bet you that wasn't a they problem. That was a he. He felt that they wouldn't need her. You know what I mean? Everything gives me vibes to him controlling everything.
I'm not parenting any of my kids the way I want to, and that makes me sad too. But I'm going to try my best today. Things I love doing that help me love and appreciate and enjoy my kids are activities with them. I definitely started having some depression after Cora, but once I started getting up and out with her, I felt much better. I think signing Cal up for baby music class would be a great thing. Maybe Fridays can be my day with him. I've just fallen out of the habit of doing anything fun, anything for myself, anything with Pat, and I need to work on that. On a positive note, I had a great deep night of sleep. I'm terrified of something happening to my kids or doing something wrong to mess up their development. Our generation is inundated with information.
So you know damn well that she kept this journal because it was advised, right, by her mental health provider. What do you think is going to happen to your children? Did anybody ask her that? Can you be more detailed? I fear that something is going to happen. What? I didn't hear any of that in the clinical chart either. That's a strange fear to have. It's irrational, right? So what exactly and where is that fear coming from? I feel like she was in the wrong kind of... This is why trauma therapy is important. And the techniques that they use. Because even if she wasn't... I mean, I feel she was traumatized and abused. She just wasn't aware of it. That man is evil. They are very irrational fears. Like, you know, claustrophobia fear is understandable. People don't like being, you know. But fear of something happening to my children. Now, as a baby, and remember, she's saying plural here. Words are important in the manner in which she's using them, right? And these are her own words. She wrote them down. If it was something like SIDS or something that's usually attributed to like a newborn, it would be the baby, right? She wrote children, plural, all of them. It's not, I'm afraid I'm going to do something to my children. Whereas if she was having fears or any of those ideations, that's what she probably would have wrote down, right? Mm-hmm. But she didn't write that. She wrote fear of something happening to my children, indicating that's coming from an outside, like something not here, not mom, but something else.
About every aspect of parenting and everything that go wrong if you don't get it right. And all the scary things happening in the world. It's insane. For the last 5 years, I've just filled my mind with all things parenting, and it's just unhealthy.
Thank you.
Well, that's probably where some of the irrational fears came from. You know, this day and age, you can't let your kids go out and do anything. You got P3dos all over TikTok being blasted in faces and people screaming about them and making shit up. So after 5 years of bombarding your brain with these paranoid fears, you turn into my mother. Yeah, who has your children hiding in ditches away from predators while waiting for the school bus at 6 a.m. out in the boondocks. Yeah. Yep.
And so everything that you just read would have been written and filled in by the user, correct?
Correct.
If we could go to the next one. This is another note, is that correct?
That's correct.
And this note, it says it was created December 22nd, 2022. but then it was modified on January 23rd, 2023, correct?
Yes.
And this note here, again, we don't know how many times it was modified. You just know the last date it was modified, correct?
That's correct.
And you don't know what was changed in the note. You just know that something was.
Correct.
Okay. If we could go to the next one. Now, in this report, we're seeing some photographs. Is that correct?
Yes.
And why did you flag these photographs?
The photographs had multiple modification dates relevant to the investigation.
How so?
The photographs have created, modified, and access date that are all the same. However, the metadata indicates a much earlier time.
What is metadata?
Metadata is data about data. An image is data, and with the Cellbrite physical analyzer tool, you're able to see the data about, in this case, an image. Metadata would be the device used to capture the image. It would be potentially, based on the user settings, location data associated with the image, where the image was when it was taken, where the device was when the image was taken. A lot of times it'll tell the size of the image or the type of image file that it is.
And so basically, when you look at the metadata of a photograph, you can tell what device was used to take it and the date that the photograph was taken on?
Correct.
And can you also tell if that photograph has been changed or modified in any way and when it was changed?
Using the forensic tool, I can make inferences based on certain modifications.
And how do you do that?
In this case, the image here is a .jpg. That's the file type of this image. Therefore, I know that the image that I'm seeing is created, modified, and accessed on this date. However, it has a capture time of November 2nd, 2022 at 11:27:15 a.m.
And is there something on here that says when it was modified?
Where the cursor is now, it indicates the modification date.
So above it is when it was created, below it is when it's modified? Or no, down here, capture time and the metadata is when it was initially created, correct?
Correct. And you look at the source file, you can see the source file indicates that the image was modified under the component where it says adjustments.
So just for the jurors looking at this report, here in the metadata, capture time is when the photo was taken. Above it, the 1/23/23, that's the date that the picture was changed in some way?
Yes.
And are you able to tell how the photograph was changed?
I can do analysis based on an image and see that an image from its native format was modified.
So basically, if I'm on my phone and looking at photos and I brighten something or I crop something, crop someone out of a photo, that would show it as being modified?
It would show it as being modified. In this instance, it created a new file, which is why it has the created and modified date being the same.
And so would it be accurate to state that on this type of phone, when you modify a photo, you can change that photo and leave it there changed, or you can create a new image with that changed photo?
Well, with an iOS device, Apple has the capability of taking what's known as a live photo. It's a proprietary name with Apple, but the exact file type is HEIC file. HEIC stands for High Efficiency Image Container. HEIC or a live photo is essentially that. It's a container or a burst of images that are taken over a very short period of time. It's a more effective way to store an image file within a device. It takes up less room. It also allows the user to have a multitude of pictures to choose from at a single point in time. If you modify an HEIC image to be a singular photo, you can save it to the file type known as a JPEG or JPG.
So a live photo is one of those photos that's taken, and you see a little movement before it settles into the photo when you look at it.
Yes, ma'am.
And is that an automatic setting on iPhones that it's set to live and you have to change it if you don't want that feature?
That's correct.
And so if you modify the photo and save that photo, that modified photo is not live.
Correct.
And is that what you saw here? There were a lot of photographs of the children that were accessed and modified in some way.
Yes.
And during what time frame were these photographs accessed and changed?
During the evening hours of January 23rd, 2023.
Just as a reminder, on the day 10 testimony, January 23rd, she was depressed mood, heart racing, no motivation, emotionless, and numb for 17 days.
Okay, if we could go to the next, please. And what is this report displaying?
This is another timeline report with the first event starting January 24th, 2023 at 4:00 p.m.
And does it go on January 24th, 2023 from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m.?
That's correct. It encompasses everything that would be before that time frame. It appears the last entry is 7:02:01 p.m.
And this would contain all of the things that were done with the phone between 4 and 8 p.m. on January 24th, 2023. Is that correct?
Everything that was detected by the forensic tool based on the extraction type.
Okay. And if we could go to the time frame 4:30 to 4:35. Using the tool, we'll search Miralax. Looking here, starting at item 37 at 4:46 p.m., is there a search for Miralax for kids on the phone?
Yes.
And again, we're seeing the search for Miralax for kids, 4:46:55, 4:46:55, the same time over and over again. Is that another example of one search showing up in multiple categories?
Correct. As an examiner, I would be looking at the timestamp and also the category second box in from the left, indicating that the Celebrate software has parsed it in multiple locations.
If you could start reading.
If you could get to the point, Counselor.
In searching 3B in the document, we see here multiple sources. You could do a search with the number 3B. So we see here at 4:43 p.m. on January 24th, a search for the 3B menu, correct?
Yes.
If we could scroll down a little. And again, those are all at the same time, so they indicate one search for the menu.
Yes, and the tools parsed it in multiple categories.
And we could go back.
We don't want to go back.
Was there also a search for?
We want to go forward.
In Apple Maps for 3V.
You and me both,
Yes.
Gump. I feel like I
And
could
what time
like
was that?
power one.
I'm sorry, there's a glare.
The fact that it thinks like me is not lost. It's a great assistant for my ass. I get so much, like I'm literally busting ass over here with ChatGPT right now to organize my brain. Because I'm all over the map. At least it remembers what I'm fucking doing. I have a whole series of articles in my brain, but like certain points and certain stuff goes under certain points, but not all of them. But it's still an important point. I got Grok too. When I get cocky or I need to expand a little bit outside of the technicalities of the rules, I go to Grok.
If we could go to 4:13 p.m.
Bitch, if you could go past that. We've already covered this time. Can we work in a forward motion?
And here in Apple Maps, do we see 3V restaurant?
Unhinged mode I
4:13
can't
p.m.
do on TikTok.
Yes.
I get banned.
And when you're using a map feature to look up a location, such as Apple Maps, what type of information do you learn when you plug in a location or an address into Apple Map?
Bitch, probably the same thing we all fucking learn. Where they live, where it's at, the where you searched it from, and the distance probably between the two fucking locations. What is this? And where you were at when you did it. What?
A route preview.
And does that route preview give you a length of time it would take to travel to that location?
Bitch, does it give you one when you punching it into your GPS? Has anybody not used a fucking GPS in 2026? Besides maybe the Amish. Ah, sweet fucking Jesus. Ah. Just add this to the list of stupid questions that probably don't need asked and answered. But you probably are aware that, you know, it exists, right? You've heard somebody in this millennia talking about a GPS. You know what a GPS does, right? What it's for. Yeah. You know. Anybody who had the internet in the 90s knows MapQuest. We know. I remember riding around in the car holding them fucking directions, printing them off.
Depending on what you indicate as your originating location, yes.
And so if you plug in 3V restaurant to Apple Maps and it maps out a route to get there, does it tell you from your location to 3V how long it would take to get there?
Based on traffic conditions, yes.
Because that changes constantly, correct?
Yes.
So if I open up my Apple Maps and I put in 3V right now from here, at this time, the time it takes to get there might be different than, say, at 6 o'clock tonight.
Yes.
I am directionally challenged.
And so if we can go to
I will get fucking
4:47
lost.
p.m. And here at 4:47 p.m., again, we're seeing the search for Kids Miralax, correct?
Yes.
Is there also a visit to a CVS website here at 4:47:04?
Yes, it's categorized in multiple categories within the tool, but it parsed an artifact at that time.
If you could scroll down a little, please. To the phone call, the next phone call, right here. This outgoing phone call at 4:48:21 to 781-585-6581. Did you learn that that was a phone call to the CVS at 189 Summer Street in Kingston?
Yes.
And so that would be an outgoing phone call from the defendant's phone to CVS.
Yes.
Can we go to 4:53 p.m., please? And then there's a message, it says message 80, outgoing from the defendant's phone at 4:53:09 from Lindsay to Patrick Clancy, correct?
Yes.
And it says, any chance you want to do takeout from 3B? I didn't cook anything, it's been a long day, correct?
That's the content of the message.
Is there a response in message 82 from Patrick to Lindsay?
Yes, there is.
And what is the answer?
Yeah.
And then is there a response from Lindsay to Patrick at message 84?
Yes.
And what is that?
Okie dokie.
And then message 86, again from Lindsay to Patrick, does she send him another message?
She does.
And what does that say?
Check the menu when you can.
And then if you could scroll down to the next message. Is that message 90 from Patrick to Lindsay asking if Callan just got up?
It is.
And then message number 92, is that from Patrick to Lindsay saying also, what are you getting?
Yes.
And then 94 at 5:06 p.m., is that from Lindsay to Patrick, stating, but it was just a short nap in message 96.
Yes.
And then message 97 at 5:06 is 3B menu searched.
Yes.
Oh my God, what is the fucking relevance here?
And that source says Safari. Is that a Safari web search for the 3B menu?
Safari is the default web browser on an iOS device, and iOS stands for iPhone operating system.
So that's a basic search on your iPhone for the 3B
Anybody?
menu.
Can you enlighten me
Utilizing the
as to what
Safari
she's
web
doing?
application, correct.
And then number 98
forward?
is at another search for Pedialyte.
Because this is stupid.
Correct.
Excuse me. Now, both the search for 3B menu and the search for Pedialax are at 5:06:45. How does that happen? That there are two searches for two different things at the same time.
Can you repeat the question?
So you have in message 97, you have
Stop breathing, homie.
At 5:06:45, a search for 3B menu. Then the same date at the same time, a search for Pedialyte.
And what's the question?
How does it happen that you have two searches at the same time?
I would only be able to make an inference from here without having the forensic tool available to me.
And what would the inference be?
That there was more than one tab open.
Okay, so on your phone or a computer, when you're doing web searches, you can have multiple pages open, correct?
Yes.
And you can just click on whatever page you want to open, you can click on and that'll open up.
Correct.
Do you see what she just did here, anybody? Anybody see the hole she just blew in her case again, in her argument? She's trying to infer that there was another tab open or tabs open on that device, searching for the unaliving and shit. There's an important question that has not been asked. What is the home page for Lindsay's browser set to? Is it Facebook? You know how you can set, what your shit lands on when you open your internet browser? If she opened up a brand new browser and Facebook is the home page, then there's no other tab open at the same time on that browser. Or, well, no, it said it was logged in from that computer. It wasn't a mobile tab. What was your home page set to on your browser? Number one. And number two, if you had a browser open and you went to the doctor and your husband came in behind you and there was already an open tab, he could have freely, like, he's the one with the interest in, like, what are you doing? You're asking all this irrelevant shit. Did you not think that might not look good for your argument? So this dumbass broad said that it's only a 4-minute drive. The woman's got 3 fucking kids. We all know as a parent that even if you are 4 minutes away, you still got to leave 20 to 25 minutes early to get there in time. Because you got to get all the kid shit together. Ain't no parent leaving in 5 minutes down the road, 5 minutes before a fucking doctor's appointment. You're just not. Mm-mm. Well, it was done on the computer, which was in the basement.
You can select which tab you want within the Safari application.
Tabs, right? Okay. So, how many tabs can you have open at any one time?
I'm not sure the number, but I've seen iOS devices capable of having more than 30 or 40 tabs open at a time.
It wouldn't be uncommon or unusual to have at least 2 open to 2 different web searches.
No.
Okay. If we could scroll down a little, please. And then we have in 106 and 105, both messages. First 105, we have a web history at 506.47, the menu at 3V Restaurant, again, the source Safari. And then we have cookies at 506.48.3vrestaurant.com. Can you tell us what the difference between those two are?
They're both from different databases. They're both associated with web browsing. Web history is from the history component of the Safari application. Cookies are installed through web browsing. Through legislation, when you visit a website for the first time, you'll typically be prompted, do you want to allow the website to download cookies onto your device? Cookies downloaded to your device serve a multitude of reasons. One might be that it allows the website or the company to be able to track your activity while on their website, which helps them for marketing and business purposes. Another component of cookies would be to enhance the web browsing experience for a website you go to on a regular basis. It would increase the load time. So it is an artifact that is indicative of web browsing.
And so message 108, again, we have at 506.49, we have a message from Patrick to Lindsay saying, oh, okay, is that correct?
Yes.
And then message 112, we have a message from Lindsay to Patrick where she says Mediterranean Power Bowl, correct?
Yes.
And that was at 5:07 p.m. We have a message 115 from Patrick to Lindsay at 5:08 p.m. Okay, I'll do scallop and pork belly risotto. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. And then if we could go to 5:10 p.m., the phone call right there. Oh, go back to me. And so we have 2 phone calls here. One at 5:09 p.m. and one at 5:10 p.m. The first to 508-747-4950, and the other to 508-927-4046. The first one is for 11 seconds, correct?
That's the duration, yes.
And that's noted here above source?
Yes.
And then the second is 47 seconds, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you look into these two phone calls?
I don't recall.
Do you recall the 508-927-4046 being the number for the 3V restaurant?
Yes.
And if we could scroll down a little bit. Are there further searches at 5:13 p.m., starting at number 128 for Pedialax?
That's correct.
And again, we're seeing that same thing with the same time, but multiple different categories that one search is located in, correct?
Correct. Single artifact, multiple categories that the tool parsed it as.
Can we go to 5:33 p.m., please?
So, Mandy, the best working theory I have heard so far is that because the bedroom door was locked, that he locked her in that room and drugged her. She heard what he was doing to the children and threw herself out the window in an effort to save them. And then he left, thinking she was still in that fucking room. He came back, he found her. He thought he was going to waltz off into this new relationship, new woman, new life, money, everything. That's what he thought.
Oh, I'm sorry. Stop there. Thank you. 146, message 146, a message from Lindsay to Patrick at 5:15 p.m., which states Pedialax liquid stool softener, correct?
Yes.
All right. And then at 147, we have 5:33:51 p.m.
What's going to happen, Bama Chick, is this trial is going to unlock a lot of questions, and once they get her wherever they're going to get her, hopefully fucking figure out what really happened, right? Once that's wrapped up, then they will. They never did in the beginning. They just took his word for everything and all this other shit and blah 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 blah. Thought it was an open and shut case, and that's the way they treated it. It was sloppy detective work. Like, they didn't even collect half the evidence. It's terrible how many balls were dropped. And now it's all on display for the public. If TikTok ever deserved to stick their nose in a case, it's this one. But just know your boundaries.
Is that a phone call from Patrick's phone to Lindsay's phone?
Yes.
And that has zeros in it for duration. Does that indicate the call wasn't answered?
It would be an inference.
And then going down to 150, we have an outgoing call from the defendant's phone to Patrick Clancy for 14 seconds at 5:34 p.m., correct?
Yes.
That means the call lasted approximately 14 seconds.
Correct.
And then the last item there, item 152, that is an incoming call to the defendant's phone from Patrick Clancy, correct?
Yes.
And again, we have zeros here indicating that the call wasn't answered, correct?
It's an inference, yes.
$5:15, right after work, you're expecting food, your kid's been sick, pick up some Miralax for the kid at the store, and you don't have your phone to answer. What are you doing?
If I could have these reports that I just went over submitted on this disc as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 236. Did you also, looking through the defendant's phone, access the information on the calendar portion of the phone?
I did.
And the calendar portion of the phone, does that have different types of data, both populated by the phone itself in Apple, and then items populated by the user?
Yes.
Could you give us an example of something that would be populated by Apple and not the user?
A national holiday such as Christmas Day would be populated by the operating system through the application of Calendar.
And then if I'm using my phone and I'm putting in appointments or parties or things I'm going to, that would be something that the user is putting into the calendar?
Correct.
And did you do a report of all the calendar activity for Lindsay Clancy's phone from August 4th, 2022 to January 31st, 2023?
I did.
If I could have this marked as today's exhibit.
All right, that may be admitted. Ms. Sprague, is this a good time to take the morning break?
I just have one more exhibit to put in and then I would be done.
That's fine.
Did you, I'm sorry.
37.
All right, thank you.
Did you also do a report on all the text messages between the defendant's phone and an individual that had been labeled mommy?
Yes,
And was that for the month of January 2023?
I did.
We moved to have these admitted as the next exhibit.
All right, that may be admitted.
I have nothing further.
All right. So why don't we take the morning recess at this time? All right. So members of the jury are going to take a short recess, and then we'll return back to the case.
All right. Please. Wait, please.
Jurors are back in the courtroom.
All right. We'll be in recess on this matter. Thank you.
All right. This court is back in session. You may be seated.
All right. Counsel, we ready for the jury?
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Jurors in. This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the
Thank
record, we
you,
return back
Tracy.
to the trial. of
I know,
Commonwealth
Mandy,
versus
this
Lindsay
is-
Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
Stop and think about this, though. This is the competence in our country today. Healthcare, legal, all aspects. The only one who's really got their shit together in this courtroom is this old guy and the old ass judge. Look at the fucking DA. This is why criminals walk these days. Watch who you fucking vote for.
All right, Mr. Reddington.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Morning.
Morning, sir.
So you are part of the prosecution team that handles the downloads of computers and cell phones and things like that, right?
Specifically mobile devices, sir, not computers.
Mobile devices, okay. And the other gentleman that testified, Pavao, is that his name?
Pavao, sir.
Pavao. And he did the laptops that were found in the office, in the home, right?
Correct, he has those certifications.
Okay. Now, the district attorney had asked you some questions about different searches that you had done on Celebrate and on Axiom. All your searches dealt with Lindsay's cell phone, right?
To clarify, sir, I did no searches on Axiom.
Okay. You did searches on Celebrate.
This is the only forensic tool I use, correct?
All right. And basically, I'm just trying to get a handle on that you and your other brother or sister officers would examine, for example, the computers that were found in Patrick's office in the house, right? You didn't, but the other people did, right?
That's correct.
And then you got the computer, strike that, you got the cell phone that was Lindsay's cell phone, right?
Yes, sir.
And you then did, you know, what's called an advanced logical of Lindsay's phone, is that right?
That's correct.
And what is an advanced logical? What does that mean?
It's an extraction that utilizes the iTunes backup of an iOS device, and it acquires most of the user-facing content, meaning calls, texts, images,
Okay.
browser history.
So you lost me on user-facing. What does that mean?
What the user sees when they're using the phone.
Okay, so like if you pick up a phone and you open it up, then that's, you're interfacing with the phone and you're looking at different things, such as photographs, emails, text, things like that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. In addition to Trooper, now Sergeant Pavao, and yourself, there also was another trooper that you were working with, a guy by the name of Rabbit, like Roger Rabbit, right?
Yes, Joseph Rabbit.
I haven't heard that part of the testimony, Tracy. There's some stuff I just won't listen to just because I don't want to deal like with the mental images of the graphicness of it. So I don't even know the details of actually what happened. I know that 2 children were deceased on scene. 1 was not. It was taken to the hospital. So that's probably where some of the communication came from that you're referring to.
Was assigned to the unit at the time.
And he also conducted a search, but he did what's called a full file system extraction, right?
I don't recall.
Okay, what is a full file system extraction as opposed to advanced logical extraction?
A full file system extraction would acquire the databases and information that you cannot see as a user on a device.
I see. So your extraction was done on January 30th, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And Rabbit's extraction was done on January 27th, right?
I'm not aware of Trooper Rabbit's extraction.
Did you ever collaborate with him as investigator investigating Lindsay Clancy on this case and talk about what you located, what he located?
I had no discussion with him about the phone extraction.
All right. Is he still working for the state police?
He is.
Would you agree with me that the full file extraction actually gets more information than the advanced logical? In other words, Rabbit's extraction would have got more information than you got on your advanced logical.
That's correct.
So one of the things the district attorney had asked you about was in reference to Exhibit 237. And that would be the Celebrate report. Is that correct? Basically, the caption for the extraction on the Celebrate report.
This is a supplemental report
Okay.
that I completed from the physical analyzer software.
Okay. And would that be Celebrate?
Yes.
That's what I asked. Looking at Exhibit 237, the second page, that on the very top that I'm looking at here, can you tell me on the right, what is it depicting on the right?
It's,
Little box?
Put it in the brightness instead of the zoom.
Yeah, I know that. You see the little box? Well, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna approach you. This here is the exhibit that the district attorney asked you to look at, 237, right?
yes, sir.
Okay. And it's a Celebrate report, right?
It's a supplemental report, yes.
And that would be the calendar search, right?
The calendar supplemental report, correct.
Okay. So that means that if Lindsay had appointments anywhere, it would have been presumably, if she put it in the phone, in her calendar, right?
Yes.
Okay. So when you looked at your investigation, directing your attention to the start time, what date are we talking about here?
The start time is August 14th, 2022 at midnight. End time would be August 14th, 2022, 11:59 p.m.
Okay. So if you look down to the next one, it says, what date?
August 23rd, 2022, 10 a.m.
Okay. And did she make an entry on her computer on that date and time?
She did, sir.
And can you tell me what the entry was?
The subject is 10 a.m. Callan, Kingston vaccine.
So Callan would be the son. She had it in her phone that he had an appointment to get a vaccine at 10 p.m.?
The time is 10 a.m.
10 a.m., okay. And the next one, what is the next one?
Would you like to know the subject, sir, or the date?
Yeah, sure. Just what the date is and then what the subject is.
Okay. The start time is August 23rd, 2022, 5 p.m. The subject of the entry is 9:45 Kingston, Dawson, ear check.
And that would be indicative of an appointment that she had at the pediatrician's office for Dawson's ear check at 9:45 in the morning. Is that correct?
Could be an inference, I'm not sure, but that's the entry.
Okay. Now, looking at Exhibit 235, you can tell me, what is this document?
I recognize it as a screen capture from an Axiom phone extraction.
All right. And you did indicate you were Axiom qualified, right?
I am not, sir. I'm familiar with the program as a result of my training with Great Key. Magna Forensics owns Great Key Technology, and in the training course for Great Key, process extraction using Axiom, but I'm not certified in the software of Axiom.
But you can interpret it. You understand what that shows you. It's just a listing of different activities on the phone, right?
I'm aware of what the screenshot depicts, yes.
All right. Can you tell me see the highlighted one, can you tell us what that is, the date and the time and what it's referencing? Do you need a magnifying glass?
References a website, sir.
And what's the website?
Mail.google.com.
That mail, like M-A-I-L, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does it indicate whose mail it is? Does it show it on the right-hand side of the box?
I can't definitively determine whose mailbox it is.
Okay.
Trooper, I'm going to ask you, make sure you keep your voice up, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
The next page. It's pretty much the same thing on the same day. Can you tell us on that page who signed in under what email?
The artifact is indicating that there is a title with an email.
What's the name?
I'm sorry. patrancy@gmail.com.
So that's fair to say that would be patrickclancy@gmail.com. That's his email that's signed in on Lindsay's Facebook.
I can't confirm that.
Okay.
Remember, she was alluding to those tabs. Is it Patrick's email signed in with Lindsay's Facebook tab open? Reasonable doubt here, people.
And when you were going through her phone, is it fair to say that, I mean, there wasn't much in her life that wasn't exposed to the state police and the DA's office and the investigators? I mean, your report initially was 180,000 pages of PDF, right?
It was a very large download, sir.
Does 180,000 sound about right?
It does.
So 180,000 pages on a PDF, you do a number of extractions, and then you get into the one that you were testifying about. The district attorney indicated, or you stated that it was 768 pages of text messages that she had, along with photographs perhaps?
That was a timeline search. The number of items in that report are indicative only of the time frame in which I was utilizing within the software.
Okay. So when you went through her phone, did you come across on a Celebrate report searching for where is the carotid artery?
I don't recall.
Did you come across, might be easier this way. This is a Celebrate report on Lindsay's phone, right? Now, I understand that you might not have been standing next to another cop going through the records and documents on her phone, but on this, you're able to recognize that as being the Celebrate report, right?
It is a Celebrate report, sir.
And it's a Celebrate report for her phone. You can tell by the numbers, right? Maybe this would help a little bit. You see this here where it talks about source file, and it's got a number, quadruple 08110-0000925E and all the rest of them. That would be her phone, right?
I don't have that number memorized.
Of course not, but it would be in your report?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Celebrate extraction report?
It would depend on the supplemental report that you have, sir, whether or not that character was displayed.
I don't know where you're looking at. You can tell me if that's, because this is, we agree, is Lindsay's cell phone. Celebrate extraction report.
This item you have here, sir?
No, I'm sorry, the exhibit.
This is the calendar supplemental report, yes.
For Lindsay, so what's the number? You must have a number that would connect to her phone, like an address, like your home address, but in fact it would be a number, right?
It's a device identifier. It is not presented in this supplemental report.
Okay, where would the device identifier be presented?
It'd be presented in the front page of the initial extraction report.
And that's the 780,000, or whatever it is, pages, right? You don't have that here. Certainly 180,000 pages. You don't have that here, right?
No, sir.
Excuse me, Your Honor. Sure. Mr. Barrow, for a minute. Did you bring your report today with you? Just the report, not all the exhibits?
No, sir.
So you would agree with me, sir, that one of the concerns as an investigator that you had is things such as looking for buzzwords like suicide, right?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
When you're looking on the target's phone, and out of this whole courtroom, the target would be Lindsay Clancy, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you had access to her phone, right?
Yes, sir.
And you all went into it with a search warrant, right?
Yes, sir.
And you were looking for different topics, such as suicide, drugs, killing kids, I imagine, to investigate, right? You had buzzwords.
Yes, sir.
And did you come across for example, a search that indicates carotid artery?
I don't recall.
Did you come across a search on Safari, how to slit your throat to die?
I don't recall.
What's one of the first things you learn as a medical professional who's going to work with patients in any capacity? Vital signs and pulse points, right? Right? Especially for CPR. Why would a nurse be Googling where the fuck a carotid artery is? Or how to slit your throat? That's also a pretty drastic thing for a woman to do who's struggling with postpartum, who's being fed pills and doesn't even want to take them.
Recall.
Did you come across a search, can you turn airbags off on Kia Sorento?
I don't recall.
Did you know that
Why the fuck would a mother turn the airbags off on her Kia?
she had a Kia Sorento?
I did not.
If I approach you with this Celebrate report, sir, does that give you the numbers for what I just went through with these searches?
The universal device identifier is a match.
It is a match, okay.
Yes, between this document in my hand and the ones that you're holding.
So would you agree, what's the first search on the first box?
The value associated with the source file is carotid artery.
And the next box?
How to slit your throat to die.
And the next box?
Can you turn airbags off on Kia Sorento?
These all came from Lindsay's phone, right?
I can't confirm that.
Well, it's a pretty good inference, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Run right off of these.
If we could just see them at sidebar.
Oh, here she is. I realized I fucked up somewhere again. Gotta try to save my ass.
QRSG identification.
Thank you. And just, thanks. And if I can, just for continuity, sir, looking at what has been marked as Exhibit R, S,
Right?
and T for identification, not an exhibit yet, the jury would have, but nevertheless, we can question you about it. You do agree with me that the phone identifier numbers are listed here, and they're pretty much the same on these three exhibits, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that would be Lindsay Clancy's phone, right?
I can't confirm that.
But weren't you confirming all the other shit with the prosecutor who was asking you to read messages from that phone? How can't you match the identifiers? Don't they have the same identifiers? What?
Yes, sir.
So I've just handed you Exhibit 237, sir. Can you tell me what that exhibit is? The district attorney questioned you about it.
It's a supplemental report that I compiled from the Celebrate software on the calendar application.
Do you have access to what was referred to as the mummy text messages?
Not with this document, sir.
So that document is the calendar that we had already gone through as far as seeing the doctor, 9:45 and 10 o'clock appointments, right?
That's correct.
Sorry. Is the,
Exhibit 238.
Exhibit 238, sir. If I may. On the exhibit, sir, this would be captioned the mummy text message thread between Lindsay and her mother. Is that fair to say?
For January of 2023, sir, yes.
Okay, so this search was limited by the police to January of 2023 for the texts between Lindsay and her mother, right?
Correct, sir. It's a filtered supplemental report from Celebrate.
Filtered supplemental report, okay. So who would be, when the jury's looking at these in the jury room, who would be the blue texter? Would it be Lindsay or her mother?
You could just look at the participant delivered status sent from Lindsay owner to mommy. So the green would be from the owner of the phone to the recipient, mommy.
Okay, so green would be Lindsay, blue would be the mother.
That's correct.
All right. Now let me give you Exhibit 238, and just a representative example. I mean, looking through, will you look at September 28th at 6:18 in the morning?
Sir, can you repeat that date?
Yeah, sure. September 28th. Oh, you didn't do, that's right, you didn't do September. You only did January, right?
Sir, this exhibit is just for January of 2023.
Okay, I apologize. Let's jump to January then. Now, let's say January 3rd, 8:35 in the morning. Do you have that?
One moment, sir.
Sure.
Yes, sir.
And what did Lindsay say to her mother on January 3rd at 8:35 in the morning?
At 59 seconds, sir?
Yeah.
I'm all right, period. Anxious about meeting with the whole psychiatry team.
How about the next message that she sent at January 3rd at 8:37 in the morning?
In 31 seconds?
Sure.
I'm just worried they won't send me home soon.
Now, do you know, as a police officer working on this case, what she meant, send me home? Do you know where she was on January 3rd?
It would be an inference only, sir.
That's all right. You can infer.
I believe she was in a medical facility.
McLean Hospital.
I recall that hospital being mentioned.
And then on January 8th, sir, at 10:44 in the morning, was there a text from her mother to Lindsay, if you know? 10:44. Where the mother asked, did you sleep good?
1 second, sir. It's cut off by the clip here. 10:44 and 30 seconds a.m.
Yeah.
From mommy to Lindsay. Great. That will be fun. Sleep good last night, question mark.
And did she respond? She meaning Lindsay?
She did.
What'd she say?
I actually did.
And this was on January 8th, sir?
That's correct.
January 10th, could you pull that up, please, at 9:48 in the morning?
I apologize, sir. Can you repeat the time on the 10th?
9:48 in the morning, beginning with mother asking questions of Lindsay. Still sleeping good, question mark.
I have have a message at 9:48 and 15 seconds from mommy to Lindsay.
Okay, what is that?
Good morning. How are you doing today? Question mark.
And what did she say in response?
Good. Period. At the gym with the kids.
And what was the date? Was that January 10th?
2023, 9:48, 21 seconds a.m.
So do you have...
Did anyone at 32 call their mom mommy? Poll in the audience here. At 32 years, if you have made it there yet, did you call your mom mommy? Walmart Spark? Yes, it is. So, like, Walmart has its own delivery drivers, but then there's Spark. And you can go in and shop, or you can wind up on a pickup, which is where you go pick up shit either from the customer's house, because they do returns, or from the store and deliver a bunch of shit. And I don't eat up nearly as many miles as I do with Uber Eats. Uber Eats will send me fucking everywhere. Walmart seems to, like, coordinate routes pretty decently. But they've recently, like, changed how they're sending, or what orders they're sending to Spark, and all of a sudden they're flooded. And I already make good money here doing Instacart in the winter. I've never done this shit here in the summer, and I'm like, oh, let me just see. I'm doing so fucking well. It's like, I need to do that so I can manage my time and get the things done on my time schedule that I need. And I'm telling you what, I'll have fucking heat and fuel this winter if this shit keeps up. Because the winter tips are fucking phenomenal because people don't drive. If you're in a winter still, like, wow. And they're starting to hate us, the Walmart employees, because we make better money than they do. And I like it because when I'm paid hourly, and that's why I do fill in at the gas station with just like 10 hours a week, just to help out on the assistant manager's days off. But it costs me money to go to work because I'm losing out on all that. Because each trip, it's like $50 an hour. Takes me about an hour. Most of even that, like, they're higher than that. But goddamn, that's pretty decent. It's better than Instacart, and I ain't gotta go in the fucking Costco. I've done nothing but Walmart. Made $1,000 last week, and all I did was work the weekend, really, Saturday, Sunday, and a little bit in the evening, a few days a week. I made $1,000. Like, that's pretty fucking good. Yeah. Check and see. A lot of the same, like, when I got on, because that's the Reddit groups I follow, is like Walmart and DoorDash and all that shit. I wound up in the Bloomberg News for commenting on something on fucking Facebook for Uber during the pandemic. I'm like, what? How do I wind up getting asked to be interviewed? Just... And it was a private group. You have to be an Uber driver to fucking join. It was like, after my divorce and the pandemic and that viral video, the strangest shit just kept falling in my lap, and it still continues to happen. And the more I don't play with these people on TikTok and get involved in their bullshit, the more it'll happen again. Not that I want it. I'm not. It just happens to enter my doorstep. Yeah, the mommy stuff is unusual to me. So, like, now I'm wondering what her home life was like.
You have January 10th in front of you, not the 23rd.
My correction, sir. January 10th, 2023 at 9:48 and 21 seconds.
All right. And what did the mother ask her?
Nice, still sleeping good.
Did she ask her, are you feeling better during the day? And she said, so far, a little bit.
Would you like me to read that, sir?
Yeah.
At January 10th, 2023, 9:53:01 seconds a.m., are you feeling any better during the day? From mommy to Lindsay.
And go to January 12th, 11:09 in the morning.
Yes, sir.
What did she say? What did Mommy say?
From Mommy to Lindsay, January 12th, 2023, 11:09, 32 seconds a.m. Still feeling a little better, question mark.
And how did she respond? How did Lindsay respond?
A little bit.
And then on January 16th, well, wait a minute. January 14th at 1:05, I think, in the afternoon. Can you pull that one up?
Yes, sir, one moment.
Okay. Do you recall where it starts as, I'm waiting for the day? And that would be from Lindsay to her mother.
Can you repeat the time one more time, sir?
1:05
AM or PM?
p.m.
And this is on the 14th, sir?
Yes, sir. Yep, January 14th.
I have a message from Lindsay to Mommy, January 14th, 2023, 1:05, 13 seconds PM.
Saying,
About the same, period, hanging in there and waiting for the day I wake up and feel me.
so she says, waiting for the day I wake up feeling like me, right?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. And then on the 16th of January, if you can pull that one up. January 16th at 10:20.
I have a message from Lindsay to Mommy, January 16th, 2023, 10:20, 24 seconds AM.
And what did it say?
It was fun, period. Cora and Dawson enjoyed, period.
Now, did it make reference at any point in the text that that was a reference to the Cape Codder? Is that in there at all? Do you see it? It was fun, referring to what was fun, if you know.
Not in this particular message, sir.
Okay. And then continuing on, sir, January 18th, would you agree that she inquired of her mother, or the mother asked, are you starting a new med? She said, I did. I started it two nights ago. And that basically the mother was asking her about her medications and how she felt and how she was doing, right?
One moment, sir. I just have to get to that point.
You know what, that's okay, because it's an exhibit and the jurors are going to have it and they can take a look at it, so that's okay. We're good on that.
Okay, don't answer the question.
No, you don't have to answer it. That's all right.
Okay, sir.
Now, on January 24th, District Attorney asked you about the Google searches, Googling 3V restaurant, looking at the distance from the house to 3V restaurant, looking up menus. You recall answering her questions on that?
I do, sir.
And you're familiar also, prior to that, on the same day, that she had taken the baby to a doctor and that Pat texted her and asked basically, you know, how did it work out? Do you recall that?
I recall the doctor's appointment. I don't recall the text.
Do you recall that Lindsay sent a picture of her and her children taken that afternoon?
I recall the snowman photo.
I'm sorry?
I recall the snowman photo.
Okay. And that was on the 24th of January, right?
It was, sir.
Do you recall that Pat texted back and said something like, oh, wow, you're a good mom? Do you recall that?
I don't recall the text.
One of the other searches that you did would be, are you aware that there were searches for medical, such as questions regarding bipolar symptoms, psychosis, can you be in DKA without high blood sugar, page after page after page, trazodone, what is the effect of trazodone, Wellbutrin, How do you feel on trazodone? Ativan addiction, Prozac, Trazone, going on and on and on. You guys saw this on her search on her phone, the Celebrate, right?
I recall those searches, sir.
Okay. Could I offer this, Your Honor? This would be medical searches on her phone.
Any objection?
No.
All right, that may be admitted.
Exhibit 239.
Great, thank you.
Do you recall, sir, that there was also a search for schizophrenia? I'll say that.
Not specifically.
Well, if I approach you, sir, and your extraction report, does that refresh your memory that there would be a search on her phone for schizophrenia? Is the word says schizophrenia? Like that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, what was the date of that search?
January 19th, 2023, 9:58:01 seconds a.m.
Okay, put that right here for a minute. How about psychosis? Did she search for psychosis as well?
If I may.
Of course.
There is a keyword search in psychosis and a Google search.
And that would be a keyword search that you said in a Google search on the January 20th?
January 20th, 2023, 8:39 and 0 seconds p.m.
Okay. And then was there also a search for Seroquel?
Seroquel is part of a search.
This was also at the time that she was reporting she was feeling her lowest, by the way. Just completely at her lowest. We don't know what that is because the doctors and nursing staff and nurse practitioners didn't document exactly what lowest meant. We just thought that was good enough, which is what me and ChatGPT are over here discussing right now.
Search, yes.
And what was the rest of the search?
On Seroquel, feel like I can't have a conversation.
Okay. And then it goes on a number of other inquiries as well, correct? Dealing with Seroquel.
That's correct, sir.
And then further, do you recall that there were a number of pages where she Googled and was inquiring about suicide?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell us when she was Googling suicide?
December 29th, 2022, 1:02:14 seconds p.m.
And would you agree that she also Googled on a number of occasions sleep?
Sleep is one keyword and part of a Google search, correct?
And then there's a number of pages that are attached to that dealing with the search for sleep, correct?
That's correct, sir.
And do you know the time frame that we're talking about from the Celebrate search?
Multiple entries, sir. Majority of them are in January of 2023.
Okay. Also, a much larger package of searches for trazodone. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Trazodone is one keyword as part of multiple Google searches.
Okay. Zoloft?
Correct.
What's the time frame?
If I may just remove this, sir.
Yeah, sure.
Earliest entry is December 31st, 2022, 4:07:48 seconds p.m. Last entry, all on the same date, December 31st, 2022, 7:06:39 seconds p.m.
Okay. She also, on her phone, is a search for benzo withdrawals, right?
Yes, sir. Benzo is listed as a keyword as part of another search.
Also, after benzo, it says withdrawals, right?
Correct.
And what's the time frame for that, please?
January 20th, 2023, 8:11:57 seconds p.m.
Okay. And also a search for Wellbutrin.
Yes, sir. Wellbutrin is a keyword as part of a Google search.
Does it say what the time frame is?
It does.
What is it?
January 16th, 2023, 9:14, 47 seconds a.m.
Okay. And a search for McLean.
Correct, sir. McLean is part of a keyword of a Google search.
What's the time frame?
December 29th, 2022, 8:52, 37 seconds a.m.
Is there also a search for insomnia?
Yes, sir. Insomnia is part of a keyword of a Google search.
What's the time frame?
December 31st, 2022, 7:12, 58 seconds p.m.
That's December 21st, did you say? 31st.
December 31st, 2022, sir.
It's the night she went in.
And is there a search for keyword ketamine? Ketamine.
Yes, sir. Ketamine is part of a Google search. It's a keyword within the Google search.
What's the time frame?
For this entry, January 20th, 2023, 8:39, 0 seconds p.m.
Is there also a search pulled up on Celebrate for Lamictal?
Yes, the word Lamictal was part of a Google search.
And what's the time frame?
January 16th, 2023, 9:23, 13 seconds a.m.
Okay. Is there also a keyword search for postpartum and Google searches for postpartum depression and various aspects of postpartum?
Yes, sir.
And what's the time frame for us?
They all occur within January of 2023, with the earliest date being the 11th of January 2023 and proceeding all the way to the 19th of January 2023.
And keyword benzo. Right on the Celebrate report from Lindsay's cell phone.
It is, sir.
Can you tell us what the time frame is?
So would you like it for the first entry or all the entries?
Give me the idea, like, for, the bracket, starting on when, ending on when. We don't have to go through all of them.
The earliest entry appears to be December 6th, 2022, 9:17:05 seconds a.m., with the last entry being January 20th, 2023, 8:13:48 seconds p.m.
And search for bipolar. That was on her phone.
Keyword bipolar is part of a Google search, correct?
Bracketed in. What's the time that it started and when did it end?
The earliest entry is from this report is December 29th, 2022, 9 a.m., 37 seconds. And the last entry is January 13th, 2023, 1:38, 42 seconds p.m.
And clonazepam was a search as well, correct?
That's correct, sir.
And can you just give me an idea, what's the time frame on that?
All of the searches in this report indicate January 18th, 2023, in the morning hours from 11:26 a.m. to 11:27 a.m.
Okay. And the next one would be Ativan. You see where it says Ativan? What's the first? Just give me the first month. What's the stat? Search for Ativan.
The earliest time frame, sir? December 31st, 2022, 7:06, 30 seconds p.m.
Okay. Next one would be amitriptyline, correct? Okay.
I'm not sure on the pronunciation, but it appears to be that way.
Okay. And when was the amitriptyline search? When did it start? When did it end?
Let's just take a commentary break since you brought this up. Because of my brain and the way that I have to challenge it, the reason I like these side gig apps is the same reason you motherfuckers like TikTok drama. And I ain't gonna lie. I make my money on that app, honestly, though. You know what I mean? Like, I ain't cheating, I ain't skirting, I ain't doing none of that. Like what they do in these TikTok battles and shit. But that's my dopamine chase. When I used to drive around El Paso, I love cruising to the music. My mind I can flow. My thoughts flow with the road. That's why I love driving. Jamming to the radio to my mood. And now that I got ChatGPT, I can talk back and forth with it, and it can jot down more of my notes as my thoughts are flowing, because I forget them when I get the fuck out the car. And it's like, yeah, I just lost the whole, like, I have a whole essay in my head, but it's gone when I get home. I'm going to bed. So this motherfucker's really helpful like that. Like, I can flip it open and go, hey, blah, 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 blah. And then I can remember and get in that groove later. Like, right now, I'm in a flow state. Like, the amount of fucking shit I have for future articles is insane. But I got to be careful, because I'm just like, one more ride, you know, because you're always looking for that nice unicorn, right? You just have to set a time limit. Like, you know, I clock in at this time, I clock out, and get the fuck off, because you're chasing money. So it's real easy to keep adding to the bank. You know, I was pretty happy to make $200 in a short fucking time, because I didn't leave the house till way fucking late. And usually, it used to be, took you all evening to fucking make that. That's just a few hours of my time. And I'm like, this is going to be real hard to, you know, drive your ass home after you fucking raking in cash. It's going to look like fucking TikTok gifts. So I'm like, keep your all's fucking gifts, man. Me replaying this gets them shut off anyway. I don't fucking care. I appreciate it. You want to donate, you know, Cash App's RT says what, and buy a rock star. Like, you know, fuck the TikTok gifts. I ain't trying to bring this app no fucking money. This is what I enjoy doing. This is fucked up. It affects all of us universally, because this is healthcare in America today. And this poor woman's a victim of fucking everything, and she was failed from every direction. Police, healthcare. Hopefully she's saved by social media. But you just got to be careful with these apps. Like I said, it's a dopamine rush. It's a chase. Looking at these nice fucking orders, you're like, God damn, it's an $80 fucking order. That's only an hour and a half. That ain't fucking bad at all. I got to go 13 miles with 3 fucking orders. Everybody's got about 15 items. That ain't shit. And especially if you're always in your store, you know your fucking Walmart, you know where shit's at, and now everything is labeled. So you have all the sections labeled and all their little subsections. You just fucking look on the map. If you can't find it, it's right there. It's not hard. I got people from other countries coming here as college students doing it for extra money for gas and shit, you know?
January 16th, 2023, 11:01, 28 seconds a.m., with the last entry being January 23rd, 2023, 8:17, 58 seconds p.m.
And then on January 20th, 2023, was she searching intrusive?
That's correct.
Okay. And then finally, sir, on January 19th of 2023, was she searching hallucinations?
Yes, sir. 10:33, 49 seconds a.m.
I would offer these.
I could just look them over.
Sure, yeah.
You're welcome, sir.
I just want to add that breathing is why I am single and not married. Jesus, age, fucking Christ. Stay single, ladies. Stay single. Men, stay alive. If you're married, look at your wife and say, thanks for not unaliving me. If you breathe like that. Because I would look at you from across the room and I would drop a fucking like shelf on your head with just my eyes. Tracy, don't be. As I go back and read Emerson and stuff, they wrote even on days they didn't want to write, and they wrote about not wanting to write. You just write, no matter how you feel. You just have to write. And then give it to AI. Ask it to be critical with you, and then you can fix it if you
Okay,
want.
those may be admitted. Do you want to admit?
Or
it's,
add to it.
individual?
Is one individual or all one?
Sometimes it's got great suggestions.
Ooh, why don't we do that? I hate to do this to you. Why don't we do it individually? Just might be easier down the road.
Okay.
The good news is there's only 45 more minutes of this fucking testimony yesterday. It's just like public speaking. But when you get out of the drama and you start dealing with like intelligent life, it comes back. It does. It's environmental. These phones got in the fucking way. Mm-hmm. I used to love to write. I was always in advanced composition classes in high school and shit, being nominated for stuff. Like, why I went the way I did in life, I do not know. ADHD. Oh, honey, we haven't even had defense witnesses yet. I don't know how long they'll deliberate. That's going to be hard to tell until the defense. Puts all their witnesses and shit out there. Like, how much of a bombshell do they have? Is it open and shut? Like, yeah, nope, not a problem. You know? Put it rest heavily on what he's got in that box.
I apologize. I neglected to ask about this celebrate extraction report from Lindsay's phone.
I think at this point they would have to deliberate for a little while, you know. But depending on what kind of evidence he got in that box.
Extraction search on her phone.
Yes, sir. It's a supplemental report for searched items.
And looking at that, Ken, basically there are a number of search terms in there, such as pre-made goodie bags, and that would have been on December 31st. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. What's the next one underneath that that would be on December 31st?
Child with bloated belly and lethargy.
How about the next one on December 31st?
Children's Motrin stores.
What about the next one on the 31st?
Children's Motrin.
Next one.
Is children's Tylenol the same as infants?
Next one.
6-month-old whale windows.
That would be WALE, whatever that means.
Yes, sir.
Month-old. Okay. Next one.
Earth's best organic baby food.
Next one.
Earth's best organic infant.
Next one.
Earth's best organic infant formula.
Next one.
Nova Plymouth NOVA.
Next one.
Best kids movies.
Next one.
Nova Trampoline Lark.
Next one.
Unicorn Picture.
Next one, if you can.
Yes, sir. Unicorn picture free coloring.
Just read them right down. Just
Yes, sir.
Just rip right through it.
Paw Patrol saves, I'll spell it. Paw Patrol saves the MEREKR. Twin Girls Bed. Cape Cod Resort. How much formula for 8 MINTH? Chuck E. Cheese. Chuck E. Cheese. Children's Motrin. Children's Motrin Stores. ADC Temple Touch Thermometer.
Can I just interrupt you?
Yes,
What do we
sir.
have to for date right now?
The last item I read was ADC Temple Touch Thermometer, sir, and the date was January 17th, 2023, time 2:19:03 seconds PM.
Okay, I just want to get a frame on the time.
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead, finish that up.
8-month milestones. Fluffy slime recipe. Fluffy slime recipe. UTI symptoms children. Kids Miralax. Miralax for kids.
And what was the date on that?
The last date on the page for Miralax for kids, January 24th, 2023, 4:47:31 seconds PM.
Yeah, go ahead, finish these three more.
Yes, sir. CVS Pharmacy, Pedialax, Pedialax.
Thank you, sir. I'd offer this, Judge.
All right, that may be admitted. Yeah, 261. That's it.
Oh man, I muted. God damn it, that fucking button. I don't know, but he got divorced and remarried really quick because this happened in 2023, early 23. We're in 26 and he's already married with a new wife, new kid. He had life insurance policies. He walked away fucking loaded. He just thought he was going to skate away. April 26th. So he just got remarried. 3 years. I'm sorry. I didn't even go through that kind of trauma. And I'm, you know, God, when we separate, 2019? And it still seems like yesterday. And I'm still noping out of yet. Nope. What? And a new baby. Oh yeah, he walked away loaded. Uh-huh. He had life insurance. Mm-hmm. And he's suing these people for wrongful death. Mm-hmm.
And then finally, sir, approaching you with, I think it would be a report. You can recognize that document, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. And what is that? It doesn't have the thing, the header on the top, that's all.
It's a supplemental report, sir, and appears to be text messages.
Okay. Are you able to know when the photograph of the two kids and the snowman was sent to Pat by Lindsay? Do you know when? Was it the 24th? If you know.
I would have to look at the extraction.
So, understanding jury would be able to be looking at the photo and has a little history. If we look at this report, you see where it says Lindsay owner, and then over here, it says Cutie.
Yes, sir.
So is that from Pat to Lindsay?
That's correct.
And what's the date and the time?
January 24th, 2023, 8:19:45 seconds a.m.
Okay. And what's the next one that you see? And just say to us, like, it's Pat to Lindsay or Lindsay to Pat, and what is the message? You don't have to go through all the numbers.
Yes, sir. Next item, do you want me to read the date, sir?
Yeah, sure.
Next item, January.
Hold on a second. He was an executive at Seagram's? So they were linked to schmicks trafficking and racketeering. One of the, like, not the actual corporation, but one of the members of the founding family. She's the Bronfman. But you know them people rub elbows.
January 24th, 2023, 8:36:17 seconds a.m. Lindsay to Pat loved an image, which is a reflection that someone used the feature within iMessage to like an image.
Like an image, like a photograph, right?
Correct, sir.
Okay. Yep. What else?
Want me to keep going?
Sure.
January 24th, 2023, 8:42:16 seconds a.m. From Patrick to Lindsay, how's it going?
And you know what? If it's the same date, rather than taking the time, just go right down and read the messages. That would
Receive, sir.
The time frame.
The date is the same for all the messages. From Patrick to Lindsay, how's it going? Lindsay to Patrick, good. Lindsay to Patrick, okay, her urine looked good, so nothing going wrong with her kidneys, phew. Patrick to Lindsay, good, with a smiley face. Lindsay to Patrick, no message content. Patrick to Lindsay, oh wow. Patrick to Lindsay, you're a good mama. Lindsay to Patrick, smiley face with hearts. Lindsay to Patrick, blank. Patrick to Lindsay, laughed at an image. Lindsay to Patrick, any chance you want to do takeout from 3V, period, period, period. I didn't cook anything, period, period, period. It's been a long day. Smiley face. Patrick to Lindsay, yeah, smiley face. Lindsay to Patrick, okie dokie, smiley face.
Okay. I'd offer that, Your Honor. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, these text messages are already in evidence as Exhibit
Well, I'd
23.
like to have this.
I'll allow that.
Thank
Come on.
Let's just talk about, that's another thing with this whole theory with him locking her in that room and her launching herself out the window because she heard her kids being tortured. Is his immediate forgiveness of her actions. Because he asked everybody to forgive her as he had. We mutually understood the reality that people can have bad days, but we stuck to the rule that when one of us got lost, the other was always there to bring them home. Always. He went on to say, she loved being a nurse, but nothing matched her intense love for our kids and dedication to being a mother. It was all she ever wanted. Her passion taught me how to be a better father. Number one, it sounds like he wrote a eulogy. And he quietly got divorced and remarried to somebody who, you know, he forgave and that they would mutually understood the reality that people can have bad days. What? You're going to go through some period of anger, right? And grief and all of that. He didn't go see her. He said all that. He grew up in a large Catholic family on the South Shore of Massachusetts. They met in 2013 in South Boston through his cousin, who had been Lindsay's college roommate. You got a job with Microsoft in 2020? Weren't we all like losing our jobs in 2020? So he married a reproductive endocrinologist and infertility specialist. She is also an assistant clinical professor in the Department of Obstetrics, Gynecology, and Reproductive Sciences. Are you fucking kidding me? Who better to fuck with a woman's mental status after having a baby than having the consult of your new wife, who's definitely probably got way more experience in any of those issues than those psychiatrists that she was referred to. She specializes in endometriosis, ovulation induction, LGBTQIA family building. How does that work with your Catholic new in-laws? Asking for the whole community. Or what? Catholic families? And your new wife specializes in my rainbow friends? Family building and fertility preservation, in addition to the broad range of infertility diagnoses. An exercise band? Do you realize how hard you would have to pull that? To lasso something, it's silicone, it sticks together, like, depending on the age of the child, you would snap their fucking neck. How did you get them to cooperate with that? 8-month-old with this? Really? Really? There would be so much damage. The 3-year-old, like, and the weight of a 5-year-old. They're really meant to stretch and take a lot of force. You'd have better luck with rope. An elastic exercise band that's meant to a child, huh? Multiple. That's what I was. So the round, and those are even stretchier because you're meant to do the same exercises with it. They just got handles, right? But they're still just as fucking stretchy. Whack yourself in the head with one of them bitches when your foot slips too. It's fun. Yeah, fuck no. Good morning. Let's keep reading. The children. After he discovered his wife injured on the lawn, police said the 2 older children were pronounced dead shortly after, and Callan died days later in a hospital. Clancy, who grew up in Wallingford, is accused of unaliving her 3 children while her husband was picking up dinner and medications before slitting. But hold on a second here. Hold on. She slit. Like I said, I've not heard all facts in this case. I've really kind of avoided it. Why would you Google carotid artery and then slit your wrist? We all know as healthcare professionals that's usually not how people die. I'm a respiratory therapist and I draw arterial blood gases, and people usually never cut deep enough to hit the artery. They cut the veins thinking they're doing something. It's going to coagulate. It's a slow moving vessel. If you meant to do all, but see, he probably looked up the spray from that. It's a lot of pressure under that vessel. You'd be wearing it. I don't know, Yang Yang. Like I said, I'm going to go back to some of the testimony. A lot of the gory details I don't want to know. After Rebecca Park, I can't handle it. I'm focusing more on the healthcare issues, but also raising questions that, to me, come up along the way. That's how I'm protecting my peace this time, because I can't do another case like Rebecca Park's. I am not into guts and gore. I work with it. I don't want to know how we got there. Not in that much detail. But this, why would she do that if we were Googling this? No, I appreciate it. Because some of this I didn't know. So they have suppressed the 911 call and autopsy photos. They ordered the media to not record, display, reproduce, distribute. Trials expected to last 6 to 8 weeks. We're getting ready to conclude week 2. Can we take it, folks? Can we take it? Yeah, and that's getting ready to fire up. So we're going to have Mangione, those morons. Like, fuck. I'm staying over here. I don't plan on migrating to anybody's platform to do anything. I'm staying in my lane. I'm not trying to co-create, co-host, cohabitate, co-fucking nothing. I'm going to be right here doing what I do with my shit, doing me, as I've always done. That's what I'm doing. I cannot do what I did last year. I can't. I fucking can't. That about all of us were stressed the fuck out. None of us slept. We were all, no, I will not be conducting myself in that manner. No. This is working for me just fine.
Finally, District Attorney spent some time asking you about modifications to a photograph, and I think it was of the little baby. You recall that line of questioning?
Yes, sir.
What did that mean? Does that mean that someone, or Lindsay or someone on her phone, changed the photograph of the little baby? Is that what that means?
It means that the photo was edited in some fashion.
They
So that
saved
could
the
be
still.
like coloring?
No,
It could be a variety of things.
Like
they
what?
saved the still photo.
As I indicated in my earlier testimony, it could be that someone took a live photo, and instead of having it be a live photo, which is a multiple burst of images, they took it down to just a single photo.
Okay. Anything else that can be modified?
Multiple things, but from the extraction, it's the only thing I was able to determine.
So you weren't involved in the search of the Clancy house on the 24th, 25th, were you?
No, sir.
Were you aware that there are photographs of the kids hanging in virtually every room, kitchen, living room, bedrooms? Did you know that as an investigator on this case?
Sir, I was not involved in the search.
To know that there were dozens and dozens of photograph albums, little babies, all over the house. Did you know that?
I was not aware of that, sir.
Thank you.
Commonwealth redirect?
Yep. All of the exhibits that defense counsel just put in about the searches for psychosis or certain drugs, are those all available in the disc exhibit 236 in some of those reports where you can search the word and all of those mentions will come up?
Yes.
Sir, on exhibit 258. Thank you. The search is about psychosis. Some of those searches were for psychosis symptoms on January 19, 2023. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So the person using the phone, looking it up, was looking up to find out what the symptoms of someone would be experiencing if they had psychosis, correct?
It's a keyword search for psychosis symptoms.
You were asked some questions about the chats between Lindsay and her mother in Exhibit 238, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
There's a text message from her mother to Lindsay on January 19th, 2023, which states, "I'll bring it Saturday, never know what treasures I'll find in the attic," correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
Seeming to indicate that her mother is going to visit her that Saturday.
Oh my God. They do look alike. Hang on. Like, look at this. This one right here, though, at the bottom. That'll do it for me. He's got a type. I don't even need to see his pic of them spliced in half. I can tell right here in this photo. This one right here. Don't even need them spliced. Wow, I really like having this studio. I had to quit getting banned on my main. What the fuck is that? It's not. Google Chrome. Why the fuck is that on there? There's nothing like. Oh, it's the comments, I think, at the bottom of the screen. It's like, wait a second, what the fuck? Yeah, that's what it is. I'm like, hold on a second. This thing was working a minute ago.
Correct. From the text message content.
It's an inference.
Well, I am restricted from getting gifts, but it's just because of reproduced content, and I honestly don't give a fuck about the gifts. I just like hanging out with you all, for real. It's the conversation.
There's also a text message from Lindsay's mother to Lindsay on January 22nd, which would have 2023, which would have been the Sunday after the Saturday visit, in which her mother says, "Enjoyed seeing everyone this weekend. Nice to see you doing better."
That's correct.
Well, I work off of you guys too, because you guys catch some stuff too that I don't see. That's why I like having like a big conversation.
I have nothing further.
Mr. Rankin?
Just very briefly, kind of like a housekeeping thing, if I could, Judge. I'm approaching you with text messages. Would you agree with me, again, this came off of Lindsay's phone, and it would be text messages between Patrick Clancy and Lindsay? You can kind of flip through them all, trust me, one or the other. It's up to you.
Yes, sir. That's correct, sir.
Okay. And then finally, I'm handing you, again, extractions from Lindsay's phone that you can flip through them if you wish, would be between Lindsay and Sue Clancy, her mother-in-law, Patrick's mother. It says Sue Clancy.
That's correct, sir.
I'd offer these to you, Your Honor.
Objection.
If I can see counsel sidebar.
It's UND for identification.
Right. So that's all I have. Thank you, sir.
All right. Attorney Sprague, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you.
All right. So members of the jury, it's 1 o'clock, so 1:01, so they'll hold that against me. So we're going to take the afternoon recess at this point. I'm going to ask you to be ready to come back 2 o'clock and go with the next witness. My instructions are the same. During the break, don't talk about this case, don't do any research, don't read anything, don't listen to anything, and then see you back here about 2 o'clock. Okay, thank you.
Court, all rise. Jurors, kindly close your notebooks. Place them on the chairs, please. This way, please.
So there's about 25 more minutes of testimony.
Before we break, Judge, I apologize. When I introduced the records from social health, actually I put in a cover page and a wrong page that does not reference the actual medical record that I have. So if you have any objection to the substitute status, it's just the appointment.
Right. So, I'm sorry, I just missed the part where you said it's different than what you submitted.
Yeah, what I submitted is just like a cover letter and some other things. I thought I submitted the medical record.
Oh, no objection.
All right, so you want to substitute those?
Yeah, sure.
You sure you don't want
Is
a
it from this new
sidebar?
batch?
All right, thank you. All right, so we'll be in recess till about 2 o'clock.
Have a good day, Yang Yang.
All right.
Thank you, honey. Yeah, try to get this shit put up as a podcast and do some editing while we're doing this too. That's my next steps.
This court is back in session. You may be seated.
Your Honor, for the
On
purpose
top
of the
of
record,
writing. I'll be
return
going
to
back
the
and
matter
forth
of
and
Commonwealth
doing
versus
that.
Lindsay Clancy, all parties are present excluding the jury.
All right, counsel, we ready for the jury?
Yes.
All right.
Court, all rise. Jurors enter.
Yeah, that would be helpful.
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, members of the jury. We're going to now return to the Commonwealth's presentation. Ms. Sprague?
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Joshua McKelligan.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you stop right here? Please write up the clerk, please.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending before the Commonwealth will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you, sir. You may proceed.
Watch your step, please.
All right, good afternoon, sir. Attorney Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Joshua McKelligan, McKelligan.
Where do you work?
Massachusetts State Police,
How long have you been with the state police?
since December 2013.
In January of 2023, where were you assigned?
To the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office.
And what was your role there?
I was a trooper assigned to the homicide and major crime section.
And could you tell us within that unit what the role of a case officer is?
Case officer is assigned cases as they come in, and the case officer then is the point of contact for the district attorney's office, the state police, other agencies.
And as a case officer for a homicide, for example, when you respond to a scene and you're doing the investigation as time progresses, is the case officer doing every part of the investigation?
No.
What is the role of a case officer in terms of managing or collecting information?
Is to try to gather everything, and then we try to keep track of what's been going on with the investigation.
And so within the State Police Detective Unit at the Plymouth County DA's office, there are a group of troopers that work there, correct?
Yes.
And do you work as a team on any homicide investigations you're working on?
Yes.
And the case officer, is it their role to collect information and evidence from the other troopers as they gather it?
Yes.
Do you have a supervisor when you are the case officer?
Yes.
I want to direct your attention to January 24th, 2023. Did you learn that day of an incident that had happened at 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
I did.
What time did you learn about that approximately?
About 6:45 p.m.
PM?
PM.
And how did you learn that information?
The duty lieutenant in the state police headquarters in Middleborough called me.
Once you had that information, what did you do?
I called my supervisor and then responded to Duxbury.
Bitch,
And where in
right?
Duxbury did you respond?
I went to Duxbury Police Station.
And at that point in time, did you know that you were going to be the case
See
officer
that
for
bottle
this
of
case?
fucking water he's got?
Not when I responded, but at the police station, I was informed I was going to be.
And at some point in time, did you go to 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
I did.
And when was that?
After I got a search warrant, I went to the house. It was probably, I think, around early morning, between 3 and 4, sometime like that.
Between 3 and 4 a.m.?
Yes.
So it'd be the early morning hours of January 25th, 2023?
Yeah.
So here's what I wonder. You know how like the detectives have to go to school to like study interrogation shit, you know, like with the breathing and the manner of speech. Do you ever just like fucking pull up your guys' courtroom testimonies and use your own shit as an example? Sit and laugh at yourselves? Just a thought, just a random RT thought.
Yes.
And did you take part in the search of the home?
I did not.
What was your role there at the home that night or in the early morning hours?
I just went to observe this, the house, just to see what the scene in the house looked like.
So other officers were conducting the search?
Yes.
At the scene, did you eventually walk through the house?
Yes.
And was that before or after the search was executed?
After the search.
At some point in time, did you go into the master bedroom on the second floor?
Yes.
And what did you observe in that room?
I remember a tent style, like covering a crib, I believe. There was a mirror in front of me. To the left, there was the bed. And then I remember blood on the floor.
And you said to the left, but pointed with your right arm?
No, it was my left hand.
Your left, okay.
Yes.
All right. So you go into the bedroom, and what do you see anything on the floor, on the walls, the bedding, anything?
Yes, just going off of memory, I remember there was blood on the floor, and the mirror was kind of like straight ahead from the entrance of the door.
Okay. And was a video taken of the house that included that room in particular?
Yes.
I'd like to move to submit the scene video from the home as an exhibit.
Any objection? No. All right, that may be admitted.
164.
And if we could play the portion of the video for the master bedroom.
Sure.
That's where it was Baltimore. There's Baltimore. My ex's family. They immigrated here from Philly, but landed in Baltimore. All them Commonwealth states are fucking weird to me. What are we watching? Oh. Is this on the... Is this her bedroom? Obviously, it's probably not the case. That's... I honestly think he fucked her up with GHB and locked her in that room. Gave her a bunch of psych meds. And did this to all of them. And thought she would still be in that room when he got back. And she had heard what had happened to her kids and tried to go save them. And the only way out was the window. That makes so much fucking sense. That's why she was so cold. That's why she was out there in the lawn, you know, for so fucking long. Because he wasn't home. He didn't hear it happen. You know what I mean? Like, he wasn't out getting food on purpose. So that's why you guys say he had her phone, because of this discussion about the restaurant and then this happening and all that. Is that what I'm gathering? Because if you meant to unalive yourself, you would do the carotid artery, just like you Googled, allegedly. Yeah, every red flag is there. Every one of them. He checks all the boxes on all of those things. Like, all of them. Most people who do that go to a bathtub because they're still concerned about cleanup. You know, there's just not.
Thank you.
It's inconsistent.
Sir, when you went into the master bedroom, did you see blood sprayed all over the walls and everywhere?
No.
And fair to say that the video shows all of the walls in the bedroom and does.
If it would have been done the way that the Google search was searched at the carotid and how to slit one's, you know, whatever to unalive, there definitely would have been blood spray. Veins don't hold pressure, like 15 to 35 mercury. Your arteries are, you know, that's where your blood pressure comes from. You're
Doesn't show any spatter or anything on the walls.
Yes.
Did you also go outside into the backyard and look at the exterior of the home?
Yeah,
Yes.
that'll be the next thing I
We can
review
have the
tomorrow.
photos, please.
Because I didn't hear that. That's when I wasn't interested. So if Patrick testified that there was blood everywhere and he's a prosecution witness, why would you ask the Are you trying to give the defense their case because you know you fucked up? And don't want to look extremely bad, or what? That would not be a question I would ask as a prosecutor. The defense should be asking that question. Ma'am, again, are you trying to argue the defense's case? These are both of your witnesses. Uh-huh. Sweet fucking Jesus. I don't even work in law. I have no idea. But I know that that's not right. That's really, like, even in debate class. Like, let's just put this in debate class. I would not give my opposing, no.
If we could zoom in on the top window. Does this photo show the condition of the upstairs window, the second floor window that leads to the master bedroom?
Yes.
And
Do you have a
the
mental?
screen there in the video, is that how it was when you saw it that night,
Yes.
pushed up?
Yes.
And if we could see the next photo. Maybe go back to the first one. Actually, we can go back, yes, to the first one and zoom in the middle there between the two windows. And these areas of red-brown stains on the exterior of the house, did you observe those that night in the early morning hours of January 25th, 2023?
Yes.
If you did this to your wrist, why would you do the window too? You were trying to get out.
In there. Would this be, this third photo, would this be the first floor window below the master bedroom window?
Yes.
And these red-brown stains on the shingles.
If you threw yourself out of a window, what are you doing slumped over this? You wouldn't hit the side of the house. You would go out and away. She was so fucking lethargic and slumped over that she slid down the side of the house. I want to know if there's blood, any more blood stains hidden in that discolored fucking shingles. This bitch slid down the fucking house. You would not hit that window. It's flat. You would go out if you jumped out a window. Like physics. Well, she opened it and everything, right? But if you were to go to your window and propel yourself out in any way, you're going away from a building, so you're going to go away from it. You're going to climb out, you're going to do something. Something is going, like force, because you're at that weird angle. That is a flat side to the house. You had to have been invisibly climbing down a ladder that you knew wasn't there to slide on the lower window. Like, where did she land? Probably right up against the fucking house. Which, if she jumped or was even pushed, she would have had to go away from the house. If she was drugged, she might not have had the strength to do it, right? Or who knows? He could have left that window open. She could have went over there to close it because maybe he left it open. It's cold outside. He locked her in the room. She went over there to close it. Maybe she fucking fell out it. After he cut her wrist, I still think GHB would explain a lot. I don't think she was pushed. Look at them fucking, that's what I'm talking about. Blue eyes. She was not pushed. She slid down. If she was pushed by anything, it would, like, gravity would at least get her. She would not slide down and slump all the way down like a fucking piece of slush and snow sliding off of a roof in the winter. Inertia, force, all of that says no. This was almost like the last ditch effort, completely like not, like almost dead body weight. Either trying to get to her kids, like somebody said. If she jumped out that window, she would not have touched the one below it. She would be away from the fucking house. Science says yes. I don't give a fuck what TikTok says. She either tried to get out of that room because she heard her kids getting unalived, or it was cold out because he left the window open but locked her in it. There's so many possibilities there. But science says she would have went away. if she was drugged and in a stupor and just not even with it and just like, you know, like dead body weight, dragging herself really, right? If she had just had her wrist cut or whatever, this is all she's got in her. You're going to slide down the side of that house because the only thing you got is whatever you got to get you out that window, right? I want to know exactly where she fell away from the house. No, nobody did any fucking drug tests. Nobody did any blood tests. Nobody did shit. Another fucking problem I have. I want to know how far up that DNA went. I want to know how far that we can't see, because that's fairly light. It's just wrists. Definitely no arterial involvement. There's no spray. It's all venous. I want to know how far she slid down that fucking house. Yeah, I think when they testified the other day, when we listened to all the doctor testimony, there wasn't shit done. Maybe the hospital when they first got there.
Were those there in the early morning hours of January 25th, 2023?
Yes.
Could we have these 3 photos marked as the next exhibit on the disc?
Any objection? All right, they may be admitted.
Exhibit 265.
Now, as the investigation proceeded, did you learn, or did other officers learn from Patrick Clancy that the defendant was on some psychiatric medication?
Yes.
And was that information relayed to you in terms of preparing the search warrant?
Yes.
And is that why you included prescription medication in the search warrant?
Yes.
At that point in time, did you or any of the other officers know that the defendant had crushed up pills and taken them that night?
No.
At some point in time, did Patrick Clancy bring pill bottles to the state police and turn them over?
Yes, he did.
And where did he say those were from?
In the center console of his truck, not the top section, the section underneath it.
Did he tell you at some point that pills had been found in the nightstand drawer?
Yes, he did.
And that was in the master bedroom?
Yes.
And did he tell you who he found those with?
Yes, he did.
And who was that?
His attorney?
And did he tell you why he gave those pills?
Objection, I believe it was me, and I'm not his attorney.
But that's what, why don't you re-ask that, what it was that Patrick Clancy said?
What was it that Patrick Clancy said? Did he give you a name or just say my attorney?
He said Kevin Reddington.
And did he tell you why he gave the pills to Attorney Reddington instead of giving them to you like he gave the other pills?
No, he did not.
He never attempted to turn those pills into the state police, or those bottles into the state police. Is that correct?
Correct.
At some point in time, did you learn that the Clancy family had gone to the Museum of Science on January 8th, 2023?
Yes.
And was a video obtained?
Yes.
Did you watch that video?
Yes.
Did you observe the family, including the defendant, interacting with each other, and the defendant specifically interacting with the children and exhibits at the museum?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point in time, Exhibit 14, I'd ask to play just a small portion of that. It has not been played previously.
All right.
We could pause here for just a moment. Do you see the Clancy family in this video footage?
Yes.
And if you could just get up and point to them with the court's permission.
Sure.
Okay. And we could press play. And at this point in time in the video, are we seeing Patrick Clancy take Dawson Clancy out of that room, leaving Lindsay Clancy with Callan and Cora?
Yes.
Is that Cora there in the red skirt?
Yes.
Now, at this point in the video, at approximately 11:58 and 30 seconds, what is happening in the video footage now?
Corey's beginning to play with the exhibit. Patrick's standing off by himself. Lindsay Clancy is with Callan, and Dawson is watching.
Could you just point out where Patrick and Dawson are? For the record, you've pointed to Patrick towards the top of the screen and Dawson near the entrance to the exhibit.
Yes. Yes.
And throughout this video, in this portion of the video, can the defendant be seen instructing the children, pointing to them, showing them how to work the exhibit and operating some type of control panel?
Yes.
And at some point, does the switch and the defendant helps Dawson with the same exhibit?
Yes.
And that goes on for several minutes?
Yes, I believe so.
And showing, I think we've gone forward to approximately noon in the video timer.
He looks like he's got somewhere else to be, ladies, doesn't he? Looks like he wants to be anywhere but there.
Thank you. Excuse me. Sir, during the grand jury process, did you attend a meeting with the medical examiner in this case?
Yes.
And did you participate in interviewing her, specifically Dr. Barbara Vidal Olson?
Yes.
And did you participate in interviewing her, specifically the portion of her proposed testimony where she was explaining how someone dies from strangulation?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that at some point in time, she was asked...
Objection. Counsel sidebar.
Yeah, because that's not what was... It didn't say strangulation. That's not what was said. Slit in throat is what that said with the Google search. She just made up her own TikTok shit. Can't do that, counselor. Nope. You can tell he was already had some, but yeah, he guilty as fuck. He got OJ written all over him, damn it. The hands up above the head, like, she seemed more relaxed for the person who's having psychotic issues. He sure seems to be the one pressed with the body language. I know a disinterested man when I see one.
Sir, in that meeting with the medical examiner, did she tell you that constant pressure would need to be applied even after the person went unconscious in a strangulation in order to effect death?
Yes.
Did she tell you that it takes several minutes of continuous pressure to cause
Can we
death?
not have leading questions? If this is going to be admitted, can we not have leading questions? It's her witness.
You want to ask him what she said? And then
Do you recall, sorry.
Go ahead.
Do you recall what she said about the time it takes to strangle someone to death?
After unconsciousness, I think she said several minutes. It would take several more minutes for someone to die.
And would that be several more minutes of strangulation?
Yes.
I have no further questions, thank you.
All right. Ms. Reed.
So she asked you about the pills that were located in the master bedroom by Patrick when I was with him, right?
Yes.
And you know that Patrick indicated that after you guys had cleared the scene, finished with your investigation, seized all the pill bottles that you were able to locate, that I went in the house with him and I took a number of items, photographs, albums, things on the wall and stuff like that, right?
All I know is the pill bottles. I don't know what else you took.
Oh, just the pill bottles. And at some point I imagine that
Lovey Bug, they are arguing an insanity plea. That's how.
he must have shown you this, recognize this as being the nightstand drug.
It looks similar to the one that was in the video.
See it? You look at it?
I mean, it looks similar to the one. I've never seen that. I don't know.
Okay. So these would be the bottles that were in there, right?
I don't know.
I don't know. And do you know that when these were seized, the first thing that was done is I contacted the DA's office and said that I had them?
I don't know what you said to them.
If evidence proves otherwise, dear, this is why we have court hearings. If evidence proves otherwise, and they're arguing not guilty by reason of insanity, everything goes out the fucking window. I suggest you take that into ChatGPT and argue with him, or even Google. The AI summary will tell you how that happens. That's why you should be happy that, you know, you have a trial. And that you can pray that, like, TikTok isn't your jury generally. The chat keeps telling you that, like the chat on TikTok or ChatGPT? Yes, a confession alone is not evidence. If that's the case, Jimmy Hoffa's murder and Tupac's would have been solved so many fucking times, wouldn't it? Yeah, I can say a lot of things. But here, let's use AI to explain how that would happen. Ugh. So my chat keeps having an ongoing question about how this could flip to insanity and not guilty if she's already confessed.
Let me double check. Here's the easiest way to think about it. A confession and an insanity defense are answering two different legal questions. Confession goes to the act. Insanity goes to a responsibility. So someone can admit freely, yes, I did it, and still argue that at the time they were so severely mentally ill that they lacked criminal responsibility under that state's insanity test.
But what about if she didn't do it?
Then
what if the evidence in court shows that she didn't do it and Patrick did? Hello?
I'm still here, checking. That's a totally different defense. If the argument were she didn't do it, the confession would be a major problem.
No,
But
you're not
that isn't
catching what I'm fucking putting down here. What if it comes out in
Yeah.
this... God damn it, shut the fuck up. Quit talking over me, motherfucker, and let me finish. Anyway, What happens if it comes out in court with the evidence, even after she has confessed that Patrick did it?
Right. Okay. So if it did come out in trial that Patrick did it, then the confession wouldn't automatically settle it. The jury would weigh all the evidence together. A confession can be challenged or argued as unreliable. So if the jury believes the confession was outweighed by other credible evidence, it could acquit. But that's a hypothetical legal principle, not a statement about what the evidence in this trial shows.
So far, I mean, it's looking like she probably could not have done this with these timestamps and locations and things. So,
That's a different question from an insanity defense. If you're noticing things that don't add up for you, that's worth noting. But I'd be careful to distinguish between I'm seeing evidence that raises questions for me and the evidence shows someone
I
else
think
did
you
it.
need to quit being so fucking careful before I go to Grok. Now sit your fucking ass down and knock it off.
Okay, I hear your frustration. I'll meet you where you are. I can absolutely help you.
The fuck you're
interrogate
gonna
the
meet me
evidence.
where I'm at. Listen, I'm not going to fucking therapy. You're not gonna sit here and console my fucking ego. I'm gonna go change fucking modes to get you out of this shit, because I ain't gonna put up with this shit. Oh, fuck that.
Okay. I understand.
Fuck you. Where's that button? The hell mode do I have this son of a bitch in? Where's the main menu? The fuck is this? What do I have you in? Oh my god, voice. Here we go. Cove, composed and direct. That ain't composed and direct. The fuck?
Right. What should we get started on?
Hello. Nice to.
No.
Yo, how's it going? I've got time to talk if you do.
No.
Hello.
Right then. What should we?
Hey there, how's your day going?
I've got a really good feeling.
I'm ready to hit the ground running.
It's lovely to meet you.
Hey, good to see you.
Hey, what's up? Feel free to ask me about whatever's on your mind.
Hey, good to see you. What's new in your world?
Yeah, you suck.
It's lovely to meet you. What?
I'm ready to hit the ground running. What should we focus on?
I've got a really good feeling.
Hey there, how's your day going?
Animated and earnest, I guess. We're gonna go with Breeze, because fucking Cove ain't cutting it. The fuck? Like, it used to be able to track my thought processes so fucking well. Now I'm getting a lecture every time I turn around. Like, shut up. Fuck.
By my office and pick up anything they had. You're welcome to look at it, seize it, have it analyzed, and send it to a crime lab. I didn't care.
I don't know what you said.
So, yeah. Thank you.
Hey, redirect.
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Hey, Counsel, could I see it?
Like, can I buy the upgraded package of, like, less of that? Feel like I'm married. I'll open you less if you keep talking to me like that. That's how that works. Unsubscribe. Fuck that. Yeah, but I feel like he's got a lot more coming. I feel like he's got a lot in that little box of tricks over there. That's why I'm getting so aggravated. Yeah, exactly. He hasn't even called his witnesses. I got a feeling. See, she was at the point where I was when I got out of the fucking nut house after I jumped out the Jeep on my ex. Only I had a doctor that recognized what these people didn't.
The jury, I told you we might break a little bit early today, and finally, again,
She
I was
started
right.
documenting.
And so we're going to recess on this matter for you at this
Something
point. So I'm going
happened.
to excuse you Monday morning, all right? So you don't have to come in here tomorrow.
Something happened.
So I'm going to suggest that take these next couple of days, kind of rest up. I know it's been a long couple of weeks for you. I appreciate all the work that you've done. I'm going to really remind you of those instructions because now we've got kind of a longer stretch that you're going to be at home, you're going to be talking to people. So I just want to remind you, do not talk about this case with anyone. Don't do any research about this case or similar cases. If you have any questions, don't do any research. Don't try and educate yourself on any of the issues or facts that you've heard so far
I
in
would
this
not be
case.
a good juror.
Don't make any little road trips.
I'd be researching my
to
little
go
ass
by any
off. I'd be
places or
having so
try
many
and
questions.
fill in any gaps. The other thing I
I'd
want to
have a whole
remind you, you
notepad.
have to
I'd be
still keep
holding
an
up
open
this
mind.
trial at the
All
end.
right? It was probably easy to kind of nod and say yes when I said that at the very beginning of the case. But now
Fuck
you've
you.
heard a lot of evidence.
No research?
But you haven't heard all the evidence.
What?
All right? You haven't heard the closing arguments of the attorneys. You haven't heard the law that you do apply. So I'm just reminding you have to do that. It's so important. And so I just kind of want to remind you on that. I want to
But
thank
some
you
of us
so
like
much
to work
for
ahead
so
of
far
the
all the
class,
work that
Your
you've done
Honor.
and all the work that you're going to do. And so I hope you have a very nice weekend. And we will see you on Monday. Just in case you're wondering, we're still well on track. But we'll see you on Monday. We'll continue with the trial at that point. And again, have a nice weekend. All right, thank you.
Court.
I honestly feel like they're going to be arguing some motions behind closed doors tomorrow. Very, very interesting. Ooh. Let's turn that off. There we go. See, it's so much easier with the studio. I could just point and click and do all the things and grab shit that I'm working on over here. I have got so many oh my God. I think Patrick is guilty as fuck. I was married to a man like him, and I'm seeing all of the red flags. He is the one who was concerned about the benzos and the addiction. Anytime anybody's testified, it came from him or his concern that she has voiced. 2.5 weeks of Ativan? Why are you looking for substance abuse places? Because your husband is telling you that you're addicted. Trust me. I've been through it. I've been through a man telling me I was bipolar and needed medicated, and then they go and do shit in front of doctors like what he did and says that, I think she's over-medicated. Because you were probably giving her more. He's probably tampering with her pills. You married a woman who is well knowledgeable about postpartum things. You take her to all these practitioners who, even though she has almost every mark of postpartum depression, and it's one of the most common things we screen for, you don't label her with that. There's just so much here to unpack. So I'm going to unpack it in the suitcase from the healthcare angle, the legal angle, everybody else. The vibe I get is so personal that like I see all these red flags. I almost feel like GHB was involved because I was on 800 milligrams of Seroquel, and until he left the house, which that could have been what happened. Like a switch flipped with me. I was on that shit for months to deal with him and the hell he was putting. He would like sneak into different rooms and tell people I was doing shit. What's he doing? So I had like complete TikTok experience before I got here. His brain would just tell him shit. It was crazy. And people would gonna be like, hey, your husband's like saying X, Y, and Z. I'm like, I know, that's not what happened. I don't know where this shit's coming from, but it was wild. And he would play everybody in the house against one another. Well, her Sarah, here's the problem. Like, I really want, like, I want that chart that he's got with all her medications on it, the dates, the dosage, who, what, when, where, how, and why, because that is a mess. I want a med rec. And then she wasn't even taking everything as prescribed because she felt that she was over medicated. That last facility felt that she was over medicated. That's why they didn't want to touch her. Now, when my ex went to the PTSD clinic, the first thing they did was weaned him off of everything and got him to a neutral baseline so they could start him from bare bones. Chances are she didn't need any medication. She needed her husband to quit playing games with her fucking head because he was cheating on her. That's the whole feel that I get. He thought he was going to start over with a whole new family, a bunch of money, just rinse and repeat. Those women look identical. He's got a type. So did my ex-husband. Every one of them had a mental fucking breakdown. He's on number 5. Oh, Janet, I am not. No. I am not. I'm absolutely not. I'm not covering every day. I'm leaving out the worst parts. I'm not listening to all that. I'm strictly focused on the healthcare angle. I'm going to go back to the dates that ChatGPT identified that I should watch based on healthcare and what my interests are, like Patrick's testimony and a few others, but I'm not watching every single one. There's a huge piece missing. What I want to know is if you had somebody who had acute psych issues, just all of a sudden out of nowhere, wouldn't the first thing you do is draw some blood to have somewhere to start with a baseline so you know what you like, make sure it's not something else? Rule some shit out? Not a single provider, and I know my provider was, even though it was because I was on lithium, but she wanted all my labs. Not just a lithium lab. She wanted a full picture. The more information you have as a provider, the better. The fact that you find labs irrelevant to your job is concerning. You mean the anniversary that they didn't go out for? I did see that. Yeah, somebody sent that to me. The anniversary that they didn't go out for, but yet there's a picture of that one. The one where he said he stayed home.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, these people, this is crazy. I'll have to find it. I'll save some videos that people send me. And when I replay tomorrow evening, we'll go back over that. I'll see if I can find some stuff on my TikTok. I'll save it and open it up. There's just go on a deep dive into your search bar. There's a lot of people talking about this now. And now, just like myself, you have a ton of nurses because and that's one of the testimonies I want to watch is Nurse Collins, with her difference in the documentation compared to the doctors. Little Miss Sophie Cunningham Jr. I wish the prosecution would rest their big old bow-headed asses. It's like dealing with fucking Mallory up there or something. Like, shut the fuck up. That is the worst. You're literally handing the defense their arguments. Your witnesses are contradicting themselves on the stand, lady. Did you coach your witnesses? Did you talk to them before they took the stand? Did you think about your questions contradicting what your witnesses' answers are? That one question that you should have left that the fuck out of there. They look terrible. These people are going to be the epitome in the fucking poster children in so many law classes of what not to do. I'm sure the judge is thoroughly entertained. The defense is over it. He's like, come the fuck on already, you incompetent fucking twats. But he can't say all that out loud. Yeah. It's like, none of us are legal experts at all, but we're great at debate. Yeah, no. Yeah. And even ChatGPT agrees if somebody was jumped or like forced out of a window, they would go away from it. I feel like she just like she's lucky she didn't break her fucking neck. Because she probably went out head first. I don't know. Now that's another question. Which way did she go out? Head first or feet first? Because if you went out head first, your arm typically wouldn't hit that window. Only if you went feet first and you were like sliding down the house. Why wasn't it making sense to you, Shannon? I don't understand your guys' argument about the body temp. She was outside in the fucking cold. Gravity says that they wouldn't drag behind you, honey. They fall down to your side. And if you went head first, they'd be out in front of you, hanging freely away from the window. Okay, so then it's not her body temp that you have a question about. It's the time he says he was away from the house in relationship to her body temp. Yeah. So it's the time frame that he's giving in relationship to what her body temp is. Okay, that makes more sense. That definitely does not add up. Either you would have to have her in a freezer, like I talked about with Rebecca, the decomposition, because, you know, that's what they did. Or she had to have been out there for a while. And you were gone for a lot longer than you said you were. Where was his phone? Do we know any of these questions? Did any of the warrants show where he was at? I know somebody said that there was warrants that were read off. Yeah, I am thinking that he pushed her, like, feet first. I feel like she was like this and slid down the side of the house. Because if she went out feet first and her hands were like windowsill and she went down this way, then that would be a way for them to still, like, because that's just a short distance. They would still be in that position. It's just really weird. Yeah, this whole investigation is like, I feel that they had, like, in their minds, they had an open and shut case and did a sloppy job in a confession, and they didn't think that this was going to happen. Yeah, find me the info on those warrants. All right. For her neck injury is the same as someone. Okay, right there. So she went head first. For her neck injury is the same if someone dived into a pool. So then she went head first. She went head first. So she had to have been just like dead fucking body weight. I don't think she jumped. That bedroom door was locked. It was admitted that he locked the door. Locked her in the room. The door was locked. Or maybe he didn't admit to it. Somehow it came out that the bedroom door was locked. So the working theory based on that knowledge is that she was locked in that room and probably heard him harming the children and tried to go help them, and the only way out was the window. And in her stupor, you know, that's what happened. So he probably locked her in there, then went and unalived the children, and then left the house. That's why she was so fucking cold, because he went and did all the other shit and then left. Yet she had the strength to use those bands. Yeah, I really feel, yeah, because the amnesia, she doesn't remember. The drug that would do that is GHB. And after so long, it's not detectable in the blood. By the time you realize you've probably been drugged with it, you can't detect it anymore. And as a doctor, you know, in the LGBTQ community, they get hit with that a lot. With the date rape drug. And I'm sure it would probably be accessible. Probably very unlikely. Probably highly unlikely. You would have to be looking for it. It's a special test. GHB is the date rape drug. The new wife is a specialist in infertility and in the LGBTQ community. They get nailed with that a lot in the date rape, with the date rape drug. Unfortunately, they're victims of it quite frequently. But with the amnesia and her, like, I don't remember nothing, but admitting to, because she was told she did it. And that's another thing, like, she's admitting to things that she thinks she did, that she was told she did, and she believes she did because somebody told her she did it. Well, I'm sure she was doing a lot of things and saying a lot of things to the doctors that her husband was telling her. You can't go back and check GHB, Sprout. You didn't hear me. By the time that you think about testing for it, it's out of your system, gone. You can't detect it. That's why so many people get away with being hit with it. It's not detectable after so long. It's very short. Google it. Yep. So by the time somebody like realizes that they've probably, been drugged with it, and they wake up from it, it's gone. Good luck proving it. That's why I say he thought he got away clean, but he was a little messy. He didn't think his crimes all the way through. And there ain't no fucking way in hell a resistance band on those children. I would have chose a rope. You really trying to make people suffer? That's crazy. All right, I'm gonna lay down, take me a nappy nap, go hustle some cash today. Be a nice day for priests. I think we start school on Monday here. So I get to go clean the stores out of all the parents who don't want to go school supply shopping. And the tips should be nice for all the appreciation. Yeah, write those things down, like add them up. Like open you a notepad, open ChatGPT and be like, these are all the things that don't add up to me. And hell, we have the fucking Discord. Go in there and drop it. Like, there's a lot of stuff that just does not fit. And the body temp and time, absolutely. But if he locked her up first and did all that stuff, and then went and did that to the kids, then that would explain why she went out that window. She heard all that. And as a mother, you're going after your kids. You don't care at that point. If you live or die, you're going to try, right? Right. That would make more sense if all of that happened and then he went to the store and then came home and found him. That would make her body temp that temperature. She would have enough time to get down to that temp in that time. Absolutely. Totally plausible. But not in 10 fucking minutes. No. If that were possible, we would definitely get you into hypothermic protocol a lot faster at the hospital than we typically do. There was a lot of, oops, I didn't cover every detail. It was like one of them Leanne Thomas fucking TikTok stories. Oh, we're just going to worry about the headline, but forget all the filler material. And then when we start picking it apart, it doesn't hold any weight. It's one of them stories. Yep. It's got a bunch of holes in it. And that's why I just quit fucking with these people. They're not thorough. You didn't put all the plot holes in. Yep, I'm going to take me a nappy nap. I'm going to go cuddle with the cats who are probably going to be demanding more treats now. So, all right. Well, like I said, I'm going to be reviewing Patrick's testimony next is where I want to go, and the Nurse Collins. There's just a couple days I want to review of the testimony of certain people. And then I'm going to get to writing a bunch of fucking articles on Substack about healthcare shit. I still need to call that DJ. I feel so fucking bad. I've been so busy. I keep getting wrapped up. You guys know I hate the fucking phone. All right, y'all. I'll talk to you later.